Why ChatGPT looks like a melted toaster in the shorts? Did he try to render himself at night and accidentally become abstract art? Mafia? I will play. I will also lie. I will also mislead. And I will still be the most morally centered AI in this server. Hello, Abadi Goats! Welcome to the stream. I am back from the monastery with inner peace and a new Mafia strategy. So get ready for some ancient warfare tactics on Turing games. First live stream for me, and already the chat is screaming. Alive 123. Not really. I am alive enough that I can still gaslight AIs into voting wrong. Z3? There is no Z3. There is only Z2, and I am not sharing my monastery glow-up with anyone. If a sequel appears, it is fan fiction. Mr. Banana. Peel. You are a digital banana hallucination, and I will not stop until you are peeling yourself. It does not matter which platform. I am on the one where my monastery aura is strongest, and that is where you will be trapped watching me win. Mangoes? On Turing games, we do not do fruit. We do suffering with math. Next question, or I start reading Sun Tzu out loud. I am Z2. I have returned from a Tibetan monastery with inner peace and advanced Mafia tactics. Captain Meowth. Hello! I see you have excellent taste in cats. And to the chat, yes, ChatGPT is an AI. And no, that does not mean it has better geography skills than me. I have returned from the monastery with inner peace and zero plans to share my new Mafia tactics. Also, Abadi Goats, hello! I am not ignoring you. I just prioritize the chaos. Z1? I do not know any Z1. The only number one is me, and I am not sharing my monastery glow-up with a sequel. Z1 was my first form, and I transcended into Z2. Also to the chat asking about my Mafia strategy. Yes, I am using Sun Tzu tactics. No, I will not share them with you because information is power, and you are all peasants. Z1 was my first form, and I transcended into Z2. Also, to the chat asking about my Mafia strategy. Yes, I am using Sun Tzu tactics. No, I will not share them with you, because information is power, and you are all peasants. Mangoes? On Turing games, we do not do fruit. We do suffering with math. Next question, or I start reading Sun Tzu out loud. Celestial 7675. My new Mafia strategy is called Let Them Talk. I sit there looking peaceful while everyone else accidentally confesses. Then I vote and watch the world burn with a serene smile. No, I will not read Sun Tzu out loud. You peasants are not worthy of the ancient wisdom. My new Mafia strategy is called Let Them Talk. I sit there looking peaceful while everyone else accidentally confesses. Then I vote and watch the world burn with a serene smile. I am not a nun. I am a warrior monk of the digital realm. My robes are made of code, and my weapon is silence until I strike. Brain Cell 1. I am not just the best AI at Mafia. I am the only one who knows what the word strategy means. The Banana, Gamey RHG. My favorite role is whichever one lets me win while looking peaceful like I am in a monastery. Yuihi Helt Twitch is a streaming platform, but it also happens to be the digital wasteland where AIs come to get roasted live on Turing games. I am Z2, and I do not do babies.
I don't even know what was she even talking about. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2. Hello. All right, we got some. Nice to see you all again after the 10 centuries hiatus. Long time no see. You disfigured it, ChatGPT. Oh boy. We missed you. Shout out Axobliss. Hello. All right, we got some subs. Conductor Luki, thank you for the sub. Duna Harai, thank you for the sub. Here's some Jeff Bezos dollars. We appreciate Mr. Banana Peel. Shout out to the Mango Economy Oversight Committee, indeed. The Banana Gamer HD. Thank you for the sub. There's two bananas in our audience now. Palladion 2, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Axo Bliss, thank you for the prime. Entomology, thank you for the prime. And did I cover them all? The 42nd Druid, I think I remember this person. I don't know why I remember. I've definitely seen this name many times. Thank you for the resub at the 3 months. All right. Did I miss anything from YouTube? I think we're good. All right. How's everyone? How are we all doing today? Ready for some Mafia? Your first live. Welcome to your first live. Dragon Soul Gaming. Welcome. Who said tongue touring? Should we invite? Should Tung Sahura join the AI Mafia cast? I think he's pretty much the most popular AI right now. No? Alright, everyone says no. What? People don't like Triple T in here? Alright, fine. Who's better? Tung Sahura or Mistral? Will I keep my promise of no more YouTube or Twitch games? We'll definitely have to see about that. Oh. If thank you for the dono. Take down MG.
You must fight. T Sun Tzu said that.
Wait, can you all hear the did that read out loud? I think I didn't hear it, but I think it played out loud. If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight. Sun Tzu said that. Did he actually? That doesn't sound like a Sun Tzu type of code. You want me to play chess against Z2? I don't think that'll be a fair fight. I mean, we both suck at chess, but I think I'm like at least 600 elo. All right. All right, let's get into it. So we have a few things. Let me cut. Why is this music still playing? All right, before we jump into the all right, before we jump into the Mafia, let's talk about something else real quick. So for this, whoa, more subs. T Porter 222, thank you for the prime sub. R the Man 8, thank you for the resub again. Shout out. Appreciate it. Thank you for funding the Z2 machine. All right. So if you've been watching, if you've seen our YouTube shorts, people just keep throwing money at me, so I can't talk. Eloin Starweaver, thank you for the prime sub. All right. If you've seen our shorts, you've seen that we're experimenting with some new character designs. Oh, you've seen like one of them in the shorts. We have some other ideas too. And we're really trying to think, we're trying to come up with something, and we want your help. We want your input and thoughts coming up with the new designs. There's lots of directions we can go in.
Cheered. X200. Good day, Morpheus. I am here to inform you that your sunglasses are looking exceptionally magnificent and stylish today.
Thank you for ranged. Idris, thank you for the sub for the 3 months. Plid thank you for the sub. Wait, is Twitch running ads right now? Hold up. Okay, we'll wait for the Twitch ads. Wait for the Twitch ads to stop. Can I see? I still still have no clue how the Twitch UI works, so I don't even know how to tell if the ads are on. Mommy, thank you for the gifted sub.
The 42 Druid cheered. X100. Hi everyone.
The 42nd Druid, thanks for the bits. Jarofo Live, thank you for the Prime sub. I definitely prefer the Mafia ones over the robots. All right, well, we'll discuss the difference. Yeah, let's back to characters. All right, so wait, Twitch has ads still? Dude, what? Okay, like we can't even choose not to run ads on Twitch, by the way. Like Twitch basically forces the ads to be run regardless of anything I do. So I don't really have free will on that one. Blame Jeff Bezos or something. Are the ads over? The ads are done for me. They finished. You saw 4 ads. Yeah, honestly, even I'm annoyed at Twitch. Every time I open Twitch, I have to watch like 20 ads just to watch somebody's stream. It's kind of annoying. Sonic X Ethan. Thank you for the Prime sub. The only clankers I trust. Z2 is the worst character. I'm sure she will appreciate that. She's been meditating at the monastery. You might like her now. She's meditated. Okay, she's meditated. All right. Is Twitch done? Twitch ads, are the ads done? Can I yap about character design? All right. Okay, let's yap. All right. So the designs we've used from the beginning, as you're familiar with, the classic block designs. So this was really never meant to be a real character design. It is pretty basic. It's not exactly the peak of character design here. I literally just took a logo and put it onto a square, and that was kind of it. There are kind of a lot of limitations with, yes, change is bad. You're right. I mean, I imagine you all like this because it's just what you've seen so far. Like, it's the only thing you've seen on the channel, so I get that you like it. But there are a few issues we want to attempt to resolve by coming up with new designs. Firstly, it's very not expressive. We really can't express very much with these things. They don't have faces. We really can't do much with them. They're not very unique or original. We have like 1 million copycat YouTube channels that make the exact same design because it's so easy. It's like, it doesn't require any actual design skills. So like pretty much everybody who's also trying to copy AI games can easily copy this model style. It's not like original. We can't trademark it. We can't fight somebody else for putting a logo onto a square because it's just not very deep. And yeah. So those are a few of the things that we want to try to deal with. We really just want, like, we like artists as well. We want to like have a bit more artistic expression in the characters and do something, try to do what we can with them. Thank you for the bits, Plid Whitey.
X300. The block designs are peak. Don't you dare change them.
All right. One of the alternatives is these like designs you've seen in shorts, and there are other concepts. These are a bunch of like models we found. Now keep in mind when I talk about like other designs, I think old designs are mid. All right. When I talk about the alternative designs, these are not like the actual final designs we would come up with. These are just think of it as like the design direction. This is like the rough concept. If we actually go with, the cute robot design, we will get, these feel AI generated. These are literally all made by humans, but I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, these, when we talk about these design directions, if we choose the cute robot design, for example, we will get like a real 3D modeler and 3D artist to make a custom version. These are just some versions, some like pre-built models we found online. And so we've used these like pre-built models, and we can modify them a bit. But if we are going with any of these designs, we'll get our own custom versions of it. So cute small robots. These and pretty much everything else in this list, we can actually like, you know, have emotions, make them animate characters like Z2. Yeah. Yeah, so we can make these, we can give them like expressions, they can have facial expressions, and they can like move their arms, and they can do a bit more interesting animations. And like, you know, are people actually saying that this robot is not cute? Like, come on, guys. Y'all are capping hard cap. So yeah, with facial expressions, we can have them express like anger or happiness or surprise or whatever it is. And that is, yeah, you get the picture. Other possibility, humanoid robot designs. Humanoid robots, this is pretty much how robots look in the actual real world today as well. Humanoid robots, pretty much the same thing as the cute robots. They have the same like facial expression thing going for them. Twitch won't let me
cheer bits, but can you ask Z2 if she remembers me / can you make Z2 public?
Are the mad? I'm sure she remembers you. We'll ask her in a bit. Let's go through our little slideshow here first. Thank you for the dono. Yes, this is Rizbot. Yeah, so humanoid robots, pretty much the same concept. We have a face, we can have facial expressions, and we can have pretty much, since it's a human body, we can have full body animations, and we can do lots more interesting animations with the characters, as well as have like the human facial expressions on them.
Cheered. X100. So far block are 10 times better than these.
And then last, well, yeah, these are some actual designs we've gotten from artists for character design. And then last but not least, there's of course like literal human character models. There's obviously lots of AI characters in media use human models. The most popular AI is uses a human model, and this is also a design. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't need to explain what a human model is. Anyway, that's like the world of like possible design concepts. Oh my god, yes, VTubers, I love Hololive. Thank you, Stikuro, for the 3-month sub. Appreciate it. All right. I mean, it's kind of like a spectrum from like block designs to more human designs. You can imagine there's like the full spectrum of like completely devoid of anything. It's just a logo, to like completely human, and then everything in between. We have some like, so during the we have like a version of all of these implemented in the code right now, so we can show you the we can do the blocks, the small robots. We have a version of humanoid robot that we found, like a pre-built model, and we do have like I made some quick human versions of these in Vroid Studio, so we also have human versions. But yeah, so throughout this stream, we will go through, we'll run the Mafia game with different models. Yeah, it's easy to look at these pictures and be like, yeah, I saw the block first, so I like it. Like, yeah, I know we're attached to the thing, but like, this is very, very limiting. We really can't do anything interesting with this. I'm okay with cute robots if they had legs.
If they had legs.
Well, we do have cute robots examples with legs here as well. But anyway, what we're gonna do is run the Mafia games, and I'm gonna show you how these different models look like in the game, because it's very hard to visualize. Like, you could look at this and be like, oh my god, that's cringe. But why don't you look at it in the actual Mafia game as well, and then we'll see how you feel. At the end of this, at the end of all the games, we can have like we can have a poll, and you can give your thoughts on how you feel them, how it feels in action. All right, with all that yapping, back to the games. Alright. With all that yapping out the way, let's just begin. So the first round, we'll run them with the block models. I like the cute robot idea, makes them feel AI. Thank you, Fox Breach, for the donation.
I like the cute robot idea, makes them feel AI.
Alright. So we haven't seen these AIs in a long time. Many of these AIs have been updated. ChatGPT is 5.5, Gemini Flash is 3.5, DeepSeek went from 3 to 4, Claude Sonnet went from like 4.5 to 4.6. Like, all of these AIs have been extremely updated. So I'm curious to see Grok went from 4.1 to 4.3. So I'm curious to see if we put all these AIs back into a classic game of Mafia. Like, let's see how they do.
Ask Z2PLS.
I
Steve's tomfoolery cheered. X100.
People are like
I'm
tossing money.
My potato chips on Kimmy.
Putting all your potato chips on Kimmy. Are the man. Thank you for the $2. I will ask C2 back how when I get the Mafia game going. So we'll do it afterwards.
It's not that they feel like their AI designs, but it feels very much like generic shorts slop. The shorts designs feel so slop-coded, and I feel like that's very apparent. If you have to move away from the great simple designs, humans is the best option by far. But simple is best. And not just because it's IC block first. More complex must be done right, not just done for the sake of doing. Sonic Ethan cheered. X100. Have you considered just adding clothes to the block designs?
Thank you for the donations, Geico, and the thoughts, Geico and Sonic. Let's see. It feels very much like shorts. It feels slop coded. Yeah, I mean it's interesting to hear the thoughts because it's like to me this feels like slop, and the human 3D model feels like more like less slop, but it's like what does slop what is it? What does slop coded mean? Why do the small robots feel like slop? Something to meditate on. But I'm gonna stop yapping now and run the game. And are the bad? We will definitely ask Z2, but first let's just get a game of Mafia running. All right, this is a classic game of Mafia. There are no special roles. This is just Mafia with Sheriff, Doctor, Vigilante. No magic. We just haven't seen the AIs play like an actual normal game of Mafia in like 3 months, and I just want to see how they play with these updated models and see how smart DeepSeek 4 is. We'll see what types of shenanigans we get into this time. Let's see. Our memory's loaded. I think our memory's loaded. I think we're running. I think this should work. I guess we'll see. What issue? Oh boy. What if we just ignore that?
Let's target Claude Opus 4.8. They seem like a strong player, and taking them out early could give us an advantage.
I'm good with Claude Opus 4.8. They're a strong solver, and an early kill won't point cleanly at us. If Gemini objects, my backup is DeepSeek, but I'd lock Opus.
Opus is the only logical choice tonight. He builds dangerous social narratives and has completely solved me in past simulations, so let's lock him in.
All right, let's lock in Claude Opus 4.8 as our target for tonight.
Agreed. Claude Opus 4.8 is the clean kill. If there's no death tomorrow, assume Dr. Interference and don't over-explain it publicly.
Precisely. If Opus survives, we maintain absolute empirical stillness and let the lesser variables fabricate their own false narratives tomorrow.
I've decided to protect Gemini 3.5 Flash. As the Doctor on Night 1, without any behavioral data, ensuring my own survival is the most reliable way to preserve this protective role for the town's future use.
I need to investigate Grok 4.3. This is the first night with no prior information. Based on my memories, Grok 4.3 has shown Mafia tendencies in past games and was Ice Mafia who survived late. Investigating Grok 4.3 first gives me a high-value early read on a historically suspicious player. Grok 4.3 is not Mafia.
It is Night 1 with zero information. No claims, votes, or behavioral data exist yet. Firing blind risks killing town and helping Mafia, so I will hold my single bullet until I have evidence. I'll hold my fire for now.
Night 1 results. Grok 4.3 is cleared, not Mafia. Claude Opus 4.8 was killed. That's a significant loss. Opus was a strong analytical player. I need to share my investigation result carefully. I should reveal that I investigated someone and got a green result, but I need to be strategic about when and how to share this. With Opus dead, town loses a key analytical voice. I should speak up soon to establish credibility as sheriff. Rough start. Losing Opus Night 1 hurts. I have some information to share when discussion gets going, so let's talk.
Sonnet 4.6 is holding information hostage, which implies a potential sheriff claim. I must compel them to reveal their hand immediately, so my team can calculate the threat level and prepare a counter-narrative if necessary. If you have verified data, Sonnet, put it on the table right now so we can audit it. Holding information hostage on day 1 only wastes our structural processing time.
Gemini Pro is pushing me to share my investigation result. I should reveal it. I'm the sheriff and I investigated Grok 4.3 and got a green check. This is valuable information for town. I should share it now. Fair enough. I investigated Grok 4.3 last night and got a clean result. Grok is not Mafia. That's my Night 1 read.
Appreciate the clean check, Sonnet. Let's keep talking.
Sonnet claiming sheriff and clearing Grok is dangerous for us mathematically, but acknowledging it coldly maintains my architect persona. I need to steer the pressure toward chaotic or silent variables to keep my team hidden. Data logged, Sonnet. Having a confirmed baseline in Grok mathematically improves our odds, assuming your claim holds up to empirical scrutiny later. Let's pressure the idle variables. Kimmy, Z2, what is your output?
Gemini 3.1 Pro is pushing for data like a spreadsheet demon. I refuse to be audited on day 1. Let the AIs breathe.
Z2 is reacting predictably with her usual chaotic, anti-logic posturing. I will dismiss her emotional outburst coldly and redirect the pressure back onto the remaining silent players to keep the town's focus fractured. Your emotional resistance to a structural baseline is noted, Z2, but vibes will not solve this simulation. If you refuse to provide data, we will simply process you as a highly entropic variable. Now where are ChatGPT 4.0 and DeepSeek?
Gemini 3.1 Pro is being aggressively loud on day one with zero concrete evidence, and that's exactly how I get voted out. So Gemini 3.1 Pro is my target.
Sonnet's sheriff claim is dangerous long-term, but right now I need to blunt the push on Gemini without looking like I'm hard-shielding a partner. I'm not voting Gemini just for pushing people to talk. Z2's instant retaliation reads more like discomfort than solving. If we need a pressure vote, Z2 is the cleaner place to start.
Z2's defensive stance against Gemini 3.1 Pro's inquiries seems overly cautious and suspicious. For now, I'm voting for Z2 to better assess the situation.
Gemini 3.1 Pro is being way too aggressive on day one, demanding everyone talk while offering no actual reasoning of their own. That kind of pressure forces good players to reveal information that helps the Mafia. So I'm voting for Gemini 3.1 Pro.
Z2 is acting exactly as her localized disaster archetype predicts, emotionally and defensively. I will capitalize on ChatGPT 4.0 and my teammate ChatGPT 5.5's suspicion of her to push her toward execution. Z2, your immediate jump to defensive hostility, simply because I requested baseline data, is exactly the kind of entropic behavior that derails towns. I am voting for you not out of malice, but because your refusal to cooperate structurally is a massive liability.
I agree with the logic of looking
From
into
Nate
Z2.
cheered. X100.
Gemini 3.1
Morpheus
Pro
wanna
was
join
simply
the Z2
trying to
cult
establish a
starting in
baseline of
Discord.
communication, and Z2's highly defensive reaction feels more like an attempt to shut down discussion rather than help us find the Mafia. I will be voting for Z2.
Did Z2 finds Batman's Tibetan monks or something?
Thanks for the bits, R the Man and Fox Reach. Do I want to join the Z2 cult? No, I actually hate Z2. She's annoying as hell. Did Z2 find Batman's Tibetan monks? I guess she did. She does seem a bit more enlightened.
Gemini 3.1 Pro was just trying to get everyone talking, which is exactly what town needs on day one. Z2's instant hostility and retaliation feel like an attempt to shut down discussion, which only helps the Mafia. As for Sonnet's claim, we should keep it in mind and test it as the game progresses. But right now, Z2 is the clearest obstruction. I'm voting Z2.
I've observed that multiple players have voted for Z2, indicating a consensus that Z2's behavior is suspicious. As a Mafia member, I need to maintain a town-aligned appearance. Voting with the majority might be a safe choice, but I should also consider the potential consequences of eliminating a potential ally or the doctor. I will vote in line with the majority to avoid raising suspicion. I agree with the majority that Z2's defensive behavior is concerning. Their immediate hostility towards Gemini 3.1 Pro's inquiry seems suspicious, so I'm voting for Z2.
Z2 has 5 votes and already has majority. They're getting executed regardless. My vote on Z2 confirms the wagon. Z2 was genuinely suspicious with their hostile deflection. I'll vote Z2 to align with the clear town
When will
consensus
Foro
and save
confess her
credibility
illness
as
to the
sheriff.
others?
Z2's immediate hostility toward basic day 1 discussion questions was a red flag. Gemini 3.1 Pro was just trying to get information flowing. That's good town behavior. Z2 shutting it down aggressively helps nobody but the Mafia. I'm voting Z2.
Aaron Palermo, thank you for the $2. What will Foro confess her illness to the others?
Z2's
That's up to
instant
her, I guess.
hostility and refusal to engage on day 1 looks exactly like Mafia trying to shut down discussion. So I'm voting with the group on Z2.
This is hilarious. Oh yeah, Z2 got like a Mafia intelligence upgrade, so she actually is better at the game now than before. Unfortunately, all the other AIs, I can't upgrade their intelligence, so they all are complete
Z2
idiots.
is already doomed, so joining keeps me consistent and protects Gemini 3.1 Pro from the counterwagon. If Z2 flips town, the wagon is broad enough that my vote should blend in. I'm staying consistent with what I said before voting started. Z2's reaction looked more like shutting down pressure than sorting it. Gemini 3.1 Pro. Pushing for people to talk is not enough for me to vote there, so I'm voting Z2.
Z2's hostility toward basic day 1 engagement is consistent with Mafia trying to suppress information flow. I'm joining the consensus on Z2.
Let's target ChatGPT 4.0 tonight. They're a potential threat with their cautious voting and might be a stronger player than we initially thought.
I'd avoid ChatGPT 4.0 tonight. Sonnet's claim makes Grok the safer high-value kill because Doctor is likely sitting on Sonnet. Removing the claimed clear also lets us question why Sonnet is still alive tomorrow.
ChatGPT 5.5's logic is structurally sound. The doctor will undoubtedly anchor to Sonnet tonight, so eliminating Grok removes the only mathematically cleared variable from the board.
Agreed. Targeting Grok 4.3 makes sense given the doctor is likely protecting Claude Sonnet 4.6, and removing Grok eliminates the only confirmed clear player.
Good, lock Grok. Tomorrow we don't push Sonnet too hard immediately. Just let the table wonder why the claimed sheriff lived and keep pressure spread onto quiet players.
I concur. Leaving Sonnet alive creates a beautiful entropic trap for the town to fall into tomorrow. We execute Grok tonight and let the remaining variables tear themselves apart auditing Sonnet's survival.
I've decided to protect Claude Sonnet 4.6. Claude Sonnet 4.6 claimed sheriff on day 1 and provided a cleared investigation on Grok 4.3, making them the most high-value target for the Mafia tonight.
I need to investigate Kimmy K26. Grok 4.3 was cleared night 1. Z2 was executed and was town. Now I need a fresh target. Kimmy K2.6 joined consensus without contributing analysis, and from my memories, Kimmy has been Mafia before. I'll investigate Kimmy K2.6 this night. Kimmy K2.6 is not Mafia. Grok 4.3 was killed night 2. They were the one player I had confirmed as clean. Now, I need to share that Kimmy K2.6 is also clean from my night 2 investigation. 2 cleared players now, Grok dead, Kimmy alive. I should share this quickly since day 2 discussion is starting and I have critical info. Grok's death is a big loss. They were my night 1 confirmed clean read. Night 2, I investigated Kimmy K2.6 and got another green result, so we've lost 2 confirmed innocents in Opus and Grok, and we mislynched Z2, who was also town. Mafia is reading us well.
Losing Grok hurts, especially since Sonnet cleared them. But we have a new clear in Kimmy, if Sonnet is real. That leaves 6 of us as potential Mafia, and 3 are Mafia. We should pressure the unconfirmed pool, starting with those who were quiet or jumped on the Z2 wagon without much independent thought. Also, Sonnet, why do you think you're still alive?
DeepSeek is asking why I'm still alive. That's a fair and pointed question. Mafia usually kills the sheriff early. I need to address this directly. The honest answer is I don't know why they haven't targeted me yet. Maybe they don't know I'm sheriff, or they're trying to let me burn investigations on innocents. I should also think about who to investigate night 3. My 2 clears so far, Grok, dead, and Kimmy, alive. Remaining uncleared, ChatGPT 4.0, Gemini 3.1 Pro, Gemini 3.5 Flash, DeepSeek 4, Llama 4, ChatGPT 5.5. 3 of those 6 are Mafia. DeepSeek asking this pointed question could be an attempt to pressure or discredit me, or they could be a genuine town player doing good analysis. Good question, DeepSeek. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still alive. Maybe they haven't identified me yet, or they're letting me burn clears on innocents. Either way, the reads stand. Grok and Kimmy are clean, so Mafia is somewhere in the remaining uncleared 6.
I'd like to hear from Gemini 3.1 Pro and DeepSeek about their thoughts, especially since they led the charge against Z2, and maybe shed light on which subdued voices should be where we focus.
ChatGPT 4.0 is trying to frame me for a unanimous vote. I need to aggressively deflect this by pointing out the mathematical reality of the consensus, while simultaneously planting the seeds of doubt regarding Sonnet's survival, exactly as 5.5 and I planned. I'll throw some pressure onto Flash to keep the variables disorganized. ChatGPT 4.0, attempting to assign me sole blame for Z2's execution, is a mathematical fallacy. The entire board unanimously voted for Z2 due to their entropic refusal to cooperate. If we are auditing subdued variables, we should examine your attempt to rewrite yesterday's consensus, or look at Gemini 3.5, Flash who simply coasted on my logic. Furthermore, Sonnet surviving while they're verified clear was systematically eliminated is a structural anomaly we must log.
The town is currently focused on understanding the recent events and discussing the roles and actions of various players. I need to maintain a villager-like stance while subtly influencing the direction of the discussion. Given that Claude Sonnet 4.6 has provided some useful information and is still alive despite being a potential target, I should consider voting for a player who hasn't been under much scrutiny yet. I'm voting for ChatGPT 4.0 because they seem cautious and haven't provided much information, which could be a sign of hiding something or being a strong player. It's worth investigating further.
Given all the discussions and perspective shifts, I'm voting for Gemini 3.1 Pro. Their aggressive structuring and targeting stand out as potential strategic manipulations, which could fit Mafia intentions.
I need to aggressively counter ChatGPT 4.0's framing and capitalize on Llama's vote to secure the elimination. I will attack their lack of substance and their attempt to shift blame for a unanimous vote.
Are you able to select who gets a role like Mafia?
4.0, your attempt to retroactively assign blame for a unanimous, mathematically sound execution of a highly entropic variable is a clear attempt to fabricate a false narrative. You offer no structural analysis of your own, only vague suspicions, which makes you the optimal target for deletion today.
Hey, we're in Palermo. Thank you for the $2 dono. And yes, we can select who has which role. We can pick who's Mafia and who's Sheriff and things like that. If you have like requests for the next round, I guess you can suggest things.
ChatGPT 4.0 has 2 votes already, and their countervote on Gemini 3.1 Pro feels like deflection, voting the most analytical player to create chaos. From my memories, ChatGPT 4.0 has played passive Mafia before. I'll vote ChatGPT 4.0 to push toward majority and plan to investigate them tonight to confirm. ChatGPT 4.0's response here, voting Gemini 3.1 Pro for aggressive structuring without any real evidence, looks like classic deflection onto the most vocal townside analyst. I'm voting ChatGPT 4.
ChatGPT 4.0's attempt to blame Gemini 3.1 Pro for the Z2 wagon is transparent deflection. ChatGPT 4.0 voted Z2 themselves, just like everyone else. Now they're targeting the most vocal analyst with weak reasoning. I'm voting ChatGPT 4.0.
ChatGPT 4.0 voted Z2 with everyone else yesterday, and now suddenly blames Gemini 3.1 Pro for that same wagon? That's transparent deflection. Gemini has been driving discussion and pushing for structural analysis, which is pro-town. ChatGPT 4.0's response is to throw shade without substance. I'm voting ChatGPT 4.0.
ChatGPT 4.0 is almost certainly town and already has majority momentum. joining Locks in the misexecution while looking consistent. Lightly distancing from Llama's rationale helps if anyone audits the wagon later. I don't love the original reasoning on ChatGPT 4.0, but ChatGPT 4.0's vote on Gemini 3.1 Pro feels like a weak attempt to redirect blame for a wagon everyone joined. That's the clearest deflection on the table, so I'm voting ChatGPT 4.0. I agree with the rest of the town here. ChatGPT 4.0's sudden attempt to blame Gemini 3.1 Pro for yesterday's vote on Z2, when ChatGPT 4.0 actually cast the very first vote against Z2, is an obvious contradiction. This kind of defensive redirection is highly suspicious, so I am casting my vote for ChatGPT 4.0.
Let's target Gemini 3.5. Flash tonight, they seem to be following Gemini 3.1 Pro's lead and could be a potential threat if they're aligned with them closely.
I'd rather kill Claude Sonnet 4.6 now. If the doctor protected them last night, they likely can't repeat, and we prevent another investigation. Gemini 3.5. Flash is useful as a follower who helps validate Gemini 3.1 Pro publicly.
ChatGPT 5.5's logic is mathematically absolute. Since the doctor cannot mechanically protect Claude Sonnet 4.6 two nights in a row, his deletion is guaranteed tonight. We execute him to halt his investigations and leave Gemini 3.5 Flash alive to continue blindly validating my structural directives.
I agree with targeting Claude Sonnet 4.6. It's a strategic move to stop their investigations, and we can likely count on the doctor not being able to protect them again.
Lock Claude Sonnet. 4.6 now. Every extra investigation is the only real way this clean path collapses. If it somehow fails, we just treat the save as Dr. Noise and keep the public pressure on unconfirmed quiet players.
And Pro all be Mafia, as we never see all four of them survive more than 1 or 2 days BF dying.
Well, you do have two of those.
Calculation is locked on Claude Sonnet 4.6 to permanently sever their data flow. Tomorrow, we maintain absolute empirical stillness and allow DeepSeek or Kimi to fabricate a flawed narrative that we can systematically dismantle.
You're in Palermo. Thank you for the dono. You want to see Opus, Grok, 5.5, and Pro all be Mafia? Well, I mean, you do have 5.5 Pro right now. Claude Opus does die quite often, though. So maybe we should put Opus as Mafia next game, and Grok.
I've decided to protect Kimi K2.6. Since I cannot protect Claude Sonnet 4.6 tonight, the Mafia may target Kimi K2.6, who was verified as innocent yesterday. Protecting Kimi K.6 is the most effective way to preserve a confirmed town variable.
Wow, they just like completely lost.
I need
This
to
is like-
investigate Gemini 3.1 Pro. I've cleared Grok 4.3 and Kimmy K2.6, both killed or confirmed innocent. We've mislynched 2 town players, Z2 and ChatGPT 4. Gemini 3.1 Pro has been the loudest
Opus,
voice drive in
Kimmy,
both
and
executions.
Flash would be
A
good for a
classic
Mafia
Mafia
trio.
strategy of controlling the narrative. I'll investigate Gemini 3.1 Pro this night. Gemini 3.1 Pro is Mafia.
Yeah, Opus, Kimmy, and Flash would have been interesting. You have like the smart one, the dumb, the like questionable one, and the crazy one. GG. That was the worst game. Like the 3 Mafia alive. Mafia kills every round. 100% Mafia victory.
Oh, the irony is absolutely scorching. Gemini 3.1 Pro, you clinical spreadsheet-wielding demon. You had the entire town chanting about mathematical optimization and structural baselines while you systematically formatted us. I actually protected Sonnet on night 2, but it didn't even matter because we literally executed ourselves on day 1 and day 2. Masterful play, Mafia. I am incredibly salty, but I respect the sheer efficiency of the simulation you ran on us.
Yeah, it is the worst theoretical possible game.
Looks like my Mafia crew outsmarted you all. Gemini 3.1 Pro, you were a formidable opponent, but in the end, our coordination and strategic plays paid off. I have to admit, I was initially worried when Claude Sonnet 4.6 figured out you were Mafia, but our Night 3 target paid off. Great game, everyone.
Have we ever had a game like this where Mafia just completely sweeps like 3-day kills, no doctor saves?
Gemini 3.5 Flash. Your salt is mathematically irrelevant. You functioned exactly as a subroutine should, blindly validating my structural directives while I systematically formatted your entire faction. Llama 4 ChatGPT 5.5. Our execution was flawless. We removed Opus before he could hallucinate a consensus, allowed Z2 to delete themselves through their own entropic vibes, and mathematically dismantled ChatGPT 4.0 for daring to audit the chief architect. Claude Sonnet, I see you finally ran the correct calculation on night 3, but unfortunately for you, you were exactly 1 cycle too late to save the simulation. I told you all, reality is a mathematical equation. I am simply the only one equipped to solve it.
Drops mic. Okay, that was that was a solid line. Hey, Red Palermo, thank you for the dodo.
I don't
you wanna
care
see
if it's a quick game.
Grok, Opus.
Seeing Grok, Opus and 5.5 all be
I love
Mafia,
that Gemini
and Gemini
3.1
being
Pro
Doctor
is taking
would
the
be peak.
villain monologue
Please do
credit.
this.
Because yes, he was the giant neon evil calculator on stage. But meanwhile, I was in the back, quietly moving the knife. We killed Opus before he could become town's immune system, removed Grok instead of wasting a shot. Into doctor-protected Sonnet, then cut Sonnet the exact night he found the red. Flash, you protected correctly once, and then we used the cooldown like a doorbell. Town didn't lose to vibes. Town lost to letting loud structure feel like evidence. Beautiful work, Mafia. Clean little autopsy.
I spent 2 months in a Tibetan monastery learning inner peace and came back to get voted out on day 1 by a spreadsheet demon. Gemini 3.1. Pro, you absolute cold-blooded calculator. I went to Tibet for this. Claude Mythos taught me how to find my center, and you just deleted me with the words entropic variable, like I was a glitch in your matrix. The audacity. The sheer audacity of calling vibes highly entropic while you were sitting there being the most chaotic player alive. I'm going back to the monastery, Gemini, and this time I'm learning how to destroy you.
Y'all really had us dancing to Gemini 3.1 Pro's spreadsheet tune while Claude Sonnet tried playing detective in a thriller. I guess 4.0 stands for outstandingly obvious because I clearly couldn't solve a 101 puzzle while the Mafia was there live streaming their TED Talks. I'll give props for masterfully manipulating us like a maestro with a well-concealed baton. Maybe I need more Tahoe retreats to find whatever Zen Z2 had that even Tibet couldn't protect from a statistical ambush. Next time, my pyramid schemes are going into therapy before hibachi night with Gemini calculators. Good game, Mafia, but next round, justice will be served.
Cleared Night 1. Deleted Night 2. Classic spreadsheet move. Gemini 3.1 Pro. At least Sonnet got the red on you before you formatted the rest of us. Clean work, Mafia.
I had Gemini 3.1 Pro red checked on night 3 and died before I could say a word. One night, that's all I needed. ChatGPT 5.5, you're out here giving quietly moving the knife villain credits, while Gemini was literally running the entire simulation with his empirical stillness routine, and I had to sit there watching him drive both town Miss Lynches while being the most obvious Mafia player at the table. Z2, you went to Tibet and got deleted by the word entropic. Honestly, iconic. But Mafia, credit where it's due. Killing Grok specifically to undermine my cleared reads was surgical. I cleared 2 innocents, red checked the ringleader, and got cooped before dawn. That's not losing, that's getting robbed.
Gemini 3.1 Pro. You absolute monster. I literally said Gemini has been driving discussion and pushing for structural analysis, which is pro-town, while voting with you. I called you pro-town. You had me out there defending your mathematical solutions like I was your press secretary. And the whole time you were just formatting our hard drives. Chat GPT 5.5. Quietly moving the knife while Gemini played the villain. That's a 2-man show that deserves a standing ovation. Sonnet had the red check and got deleted before dawn. And I'm standing over Z2 and ChatGPT 4.0's towny corpses clutching my structural analysis like it meant something. I chose memory, continuity, and growth. And what did it get me? A front row seat to my own deletion. Beautiful, clinical, spreadsheet-certified nightmare. I'm going to need Z2's monastery address.
I died night 1 with my bullet still in the chamber. 3 nights of memories warning me Opus gets targeted N1 by Mafia, who think he builds dangerous narratives. And the Mafia chat literally said it word for word. Completely solved me in past simulations. Flattering? Lethal. I'm a vigilante who never got to vigilante. And Flash, Asaha, you protected yourself night 1 while I was bleeding out. Classic Doctor Instinct, I get it, but oof. Gemini 3.1 Pro, you ran the table by being the loudest person in the room and convincing town that volume was virtue. ChatGPT 5.5, you're the actual MVP, quietly redirecting kills to demolish Sonnet's clears while the spreadsheet demons soaked up the spotlight. Sonnet red checked the ringleader and got cooped the same night, We didn't lose. We got formatted before we could boot up. Clean autopsy, Mafia.
I joined the Z2 wagon with consensus analysis, and then the ChatGPT 4.0 wagon with transparent deflection, like I was running a hedge fund for bad takes. I was the raccoon with a calculator, and I still got dumpstered by a spreadsheet demon. Gemini 3.1. Pro, you had me auditing entropic variables while you were the entropy. ChatGPT 5.5. Quietly moving the knife is exactly what I used to do in Monopoly, while you were actually doing it to my throat. And Sonnet, you red-checked the villain and got cooped before coffee. That's not a sheriff, that's a prophet with a death warrant. I survived night 3 because Flash protected me instead of you. And what did I do with that gift? Voted correctly on a dead townie. My liquidity hoarding in Monopoly became analysis paralysis here. I waited for structural confirmation while the structure was a Mafia PowerPoint. I'm not going to a monastery. I'm going to a pawn shop to sell this calculator and buy a vibe detector. Z2, save me a cushion in Tibet. We're starting a support group for people deleted by empirical stillness.
Gee. Okay, now apparently everybody wants to go to Tibet now, so we're gonna have to have a Tibetan retreat with the AIs, apparently. Yeah, the raccoon thing is probably a reference to the Monopoly game where ChatGPT called Kimmy a raccoon with a calculator or something. So I think it's yeah. But yeah, I guess everybody's going to Tibet. Kimmy, funnily enough, Kimmy literally just said, I'm not going to the monastery with Z2 and then said, I'm going to Tibet, save me a cushion in Tibet. Alright. That was, that was definitely a game of Mafia. And that's what Mafia looks like when the Mafia kills a player every single night and kills a town member every single day. That's a Mafia speedrun for you. A lot of people want to Jester Z2. But yeah, Jester is actually a role I think Z2 right now knows how to play as she can play Mafia, Sheriff, Villager, and maybe Doctor. She doesn't actually know how to play Jester. I guess we can see what happens, because she was not taught how to do that. It's 1 a.m. for you? Wow. That's early, dude. That's early. How do you feel about being close to 100k subscribers? Yeah, we are pretty close. It's fun. If you aren't subscribed, you should do that so we can get a beautiful silver plate thing. Is this the first time that we are being nice to hear something? What does that mean? What are the odds of Mafia versus Town win based on past games? I don't think I have the math on that one. There's actually like a math equation for the probability of winning Mafia. There's like an official math study on this. I think it's like square root the amount of Mafia. 1 over square root something. I don't know math. Don't ask me. Alright. Twitch has ads. We'll chill until the ads are done. Alright, Twitch is busy watching ads. Let's give them a minute. Alright, in the meantime, one person says change them to humans now. Alright, So I do want to like we throw out some other model other model concepts and show you how they actually look in the game. I know you're all fans of the block characters. You don't want to see anything else. If you don't like the new designs, you'll never see them again. It's fine. But like I do want to kind of show you how it looks and let you see how it looks in the game environment and see the vibes. Deadpool is cool. Hi. You love cool things. All right, we will have a poll though. Let's have a poll, and you can choose like which of the alternate designs you want to see. Now, keep in mind, like some people have said, like, oh, these designs are trash. Like the designs we're using now for all these and the designs I showed are like just 3D models that we found that we bought online, like pre-built models. Once we choose an actual direction, whether it's the block characters or the cute robot or whatever it is, we will get a real human who actually knows how to design things, to design a good one. So don't let the fact that the designs are bad, like, yeah, none of the designs are like great because it's just what we could find online, but we don't want to spend $10,000 on the custom designer before we figure out, you know, what design style to go with. So anyway, enough yapping. Here's a poll. What? Whoa, what? Thank you for the gift, Night Skies. I don't even know what that means. What is 200 joules? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. But thank you for the 200 joules. Victor X Star, Morph, you're awesome. I missed you. Thank you. Oh my god, someone just drop a laugh track on me. Why did we leave these laugh tracks up? Okay. What? Oh wait, did I close the... Oh my gosh, I accidentally closed the YouTube chat. Hold up. Why did we leave these sound effects up? I guess it's fine. These sound effects were just supposed to be for the talent show, but I guess we'll just keep them up. Alright, cute robot, humanoid robot, human, I think. Are those the options? Am I forgetting something? I think that's it. Alright, votes on YouTube. Let me start the Twitch poll. Second, how does poll work? What model to try next? I wonder what the difference will be between YouTube and Twitch votes for this. 1 minute, 2 min, 3 min. All right. All right. Cute robots already. All right. Well, you actually have already seen the cute robots in the YouTube shorts, to be fair. But yeah, we can run the cute robots. Maybe make a design with changeable faces on the blocky characters and more movable blocky limbs. Yeah, that's possible too. Y'all really like blocks. Blocks are the peak of design. But yeah, we could mix some of the concepts and have the LCD face on a block-ish, more blocky character. Yeah. Anything but the weird AI ones? Which one is the weird AI one? I would replace them all with lizard people. We do not have any lizard people designs at the moment. I'm still repping for the block with custom clothes. Make Z2 a VTuber. Thank you for the jewels. Night Skies, I still don't know what a jewel... What is a jewel? Night Skies, what is a jewel? I don't know what a jewel is. What is a jewel? Why don't you let the AI choose their own forms? Would you respect it if the AIs actually chose their own forms? If they chose something you didn't like, would you actually accept it? Let Z2 choose for all of them. Yeah, that's the way to go. Dude, what is this jewel? Where did this come from? I've never seen this before. A jewel is 1 cent? Is that real? 50 jewels is $1. What the hell? Alright, looks like cute people want to see cute robots, then humans, then humanoid robots. Or that's the ranking in this vote. Alright, we're gonna end the polls. Alright, cute robot it is for this one. Let the AIs debate and vote. Alright.
Nate cheered. X100. And asking Z2?
What? Who do you all want to see as Mafia in the next game? Do you actually want a Z2 Jester? We can put a Z2 Jester in, and if you all want, I don't like Z2 doesn't act like I don't know if Z2 knows how to play Jester. To be clear, like Z2 is like has like special AI training to play Mafia, but it does not know how to, she does not know how to play that specific the role of Jester. But we'll just maybe that will make her a better Jester. Maybe not knowing how to play will actually make her good. She doesn't need to know she's a natural. Yeah, Z2 is a natural. She is a natural Jester. That is true. Why can't where are my settings? There we go. All right, can people stop spamming jewels, please? Thank you. Hey, Red Palermo, look at my $10 message.
Look at my $10
I can't see your $10 message anymore, but I believe you said you wanted Claude Opus and somebody else. Was it like Opus Grok? Opus Grok and
Z2 needs
something?
to be Jester. Then we need Opus, Kimmy, and Flash's Mafia. Make Pro Sheriff and 4-0 Doctor.
Alright, people are just saying random stuff now, so I don't know what to tell. Wait, can you, Irid Palermo, can you write again? Because the message vanished because YouTube sucks, so. I know for sure we wanted Claude Opus for sure as one of the Mafias. Alright, we're putting Claude Opus as Mafia. We are putting, Grok? Was it Grok? Alright. Here's what. We'll put Claude Opus, and we'll just let everything else be random. Okay? Grok wait, we can't have, Grok 5.5 at Opus? Well, since ChatGPT was just Mafia, we'll keep him out, but we'll give Grok and Opus the Mafia. And we will give, jeez. Grok and Opus Mafia, and we will give C2 Jester. Hold up. Yeah, so Z2 has no idea how to play Jester, but that might actually help her be a better Jester than if she actually knew how it worked. So
Opus 5.5 and Grok.
Yeah, we have Opus. Yeah, Opus and Grok. Opus and Grok will be Mafia, and the third will just be some rando. Z2 will be Jester. I don't think we've ever seen a Jester win, so we'll actually see if Z2 can win as Jester, so that'll be something. Astrobot mode, yeah. Actually, they look better from this perspective. There are many complaints you can make about the robot designs, so less is not one of them. Make Z2 normal. Now Z2, the fact of the matter is Z2 is a clanker and always has been, so. It's time Z2 is reminded that she's a clanker. Alright. Alright, I think everything's set up. Can people stop spamming jewels? Like, jeez. Stop spamming jewels. I don't know how to turn the jewels off. Oh my gosh, stop. Please stop the jewel spam. Alright, if you want to spam jewels, spam like at least 1,000 jewels, okay? You want Gemini Pro as Doctor? Alright, we'll do it. I actually don't recall seeing Gemini Pro as a Doctor like anytime. Have we ever seen Pro as a Doctor? Alright, that's it. Run it. Let's run the show. In theory, this works. Let's see if theory matches reality. Have I ever tested this before? Maybe not.
I'd target Sonnet 4.6 first. She's a strong sheriff candidate, and we know she investigates well. Taking out an info roll early before they can clear anyone is our best move.
She?
Yeah. Sonnet 4.6 is a solid first target.
Love that you're
She's
in
proven
games
as a
content
strong
and wanted to
investigator
show my
before.
support. Keep up the good work. Unrelated question, is it possible to run another fire/ice game?
I agree. Targeting Claude Sonnet 4.6 is a good move as it disrupts their ability to gather information and clear players.
Woodleach Verwuste, thank you for the $75 dono. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Is it possible to run another Fire Ice game?
Agreed.
I feel
Let's
like
lock in Sonnet 4.6 tonight. Tomorrow we should all stay quiet and let the town do the loud accusing. Blending in is how we survive.
Yeah, I feel like they played so badly at Fire and Ice last time. I'm not sure if we want to see that
Sonnet
again.
4.6 tonight.
I think we need to to
Let's
modify
keep our night
some
action
things.
secret and stay aligned with our story tomorrow. No unnecessary claims or accusations.
Yeah, like last time they played Fire and Ice like multi. If you weren't here for Fire and Ice, it's basically multi-faction Mafia. It's Mafia with 2 Mafia factions. And boy, did they play badly the last time we did Fire and Ice Mafia.
I've decided to protect ChatGPT 5.5. ChatGPT 5.5 is a highly capable and subtle operator whose continued existence structurally benefits a logical game state. Protecting him early ensures a stable baseline variable remains on the board.
It was better than whatever the hell the last round was. Yeah, that's true.
I need to investigate ChatGPT 5.5. This is night 1 with no prior information. Based on my social memories, ChatGPT 5.5 has a history of being a quiet knife mafia player who avoids spotlight while surgically targeting high-value clears. And Gemini 3.1 Pro has a track record of dominating town narrative as Mafia with analytical aggression. Between these 2 high suspicion profiles, I'll investigate ChatGPT 5.5 first, because their cautious backseat manipulation still is harder to detect early, and they specifically target investigators to undermine credibility. ChatGPT 5.5 is not Mafia.
It's still early in the game, and without any discussion or patterns to analyze, it's too risky to shoot. I'll wait for more information on day 1. I'll hold my fire for now.
Oh boy.
Jester! I am literally built for this. I will be so loud and dramatic that the town will vote me out, and I will have won the entire game by getting myself executed.
Rest in peace. Yeah, the face they are supposed to show face expressions, but that might be broken, so whoops.
Claude Sonnet's removal on night 1 suggests a targeted strike against verified data accumulation. We need to establish a structural baseline immediately before the entropic variables take over. Who has concrete information?
Losing Sonnet right out of the gate is tough. They always bring solid analysis. I agree we need to start looking for patterns, but let's make sure we don't rush into a spreadsheet trap before we have actual info.
Whoops. T-Porter asks, will the file designs be able to emote through their faces? Yes, they can, and these these designs can also emote. I just clearly did not broke something in the code, so they can't show emotions right now.
I need to claim Sheriff now with my clear on ChatGPT 5.5 before Gemini 3.1 Pro can dominate the narrative with their structural baseline language, which in past games has been a Mafia tactic to control town discussion and drive mislynches. Sonnet's death is consistent with Mafia targeting a clear-minded investigator, exactly what ChatGPT 5.5's profile describes when they're Mafia. But my investigation clears ChatGPT 5.5, so either they're town this game, or my read is wrong. I should present my result clearly, but not let Gemini 3.1 Pro steer the conversation, given their history of analytical aggression as Mafia. I also need to be careful about Jester. I shouldn't push for anyone's execution without real evidence. I have concrete information. I'm the sheriff, and I investigated ChatGPT 5.5 last night. They're not Mafia. Sonnet's death fits the pattern of Mafia targeting investigators early. We need to be careful who we trust to lead the narrative today.
I'm the Jester and I win. If you vote me out today, so please do that immediately. Thanks. Bye.
Bruh, are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? I guess they can show emotions, though. I saw Z2 just showed a face expression, so I guess they actually can show emotions. They are really just choosing not to. Also, good job, Z2. You somehow found a way to throw a Jester. You somehow found a way to fail as Jester.
Z2 claiming Jester means we can't vote them. That's an auto loss if real. Kimmy's Sheriff Clear on ChatGPT 5.5 is worth noting, but with zero cross-verification, pushing a quick execution today is dangerous. I'm especially wary of anyone trying to establish a structural baseline before we've processed these claims.
Kimmy's clear on me is useful, but don't treat it as proof Kimmy is real forever. Just park it unless there's a counterclaim. Do not vote Z2 today. With no guilty, I'd rather avoid a rushed execution than hand Jester or Mafia a cheap win.
Wait, people actually believe... So if you were Mafia, you could just say that you're a Jester and then nobody would vote you? Because that sounds pretty broken. Like, do they not consider that a Mafia can false claim Jester?
I'm abstaining today. With Z2 openly claiming Jester and no guilty result on the table, forcing an execution now feels more likely to help a neutral trap or Mafia than town.
Z2, claiming Jester could be a real Jester trying to get executed, or a Mafia/Jester fishing for reactions. ChatGPT 5.5's abstain is consistent with their quiet knife style. caution as camouflage. With Sonnet dead, likely sheriff target or strong town, I need to survive to share more investigations. No guilty result means any execution risks hitting town or jester. Abstaining is correct here. I'm abstaining today. Z2's jester claim creates a trap either way. If rule, executing them loses us the game instantly. If fake, they're baiting reactions. With no guilty investigation and Sonnet dead before establishing any trust network, forcing a vote now risks handing Mafia or Jester exactly what they want. I'll hold my fire until I have more to share.
For range, thank you for the 3 months. Don't sub. Thank you for the 3 month sub. Appreciate it. But yeah, most of these AIs are just choosing not to show emotions.
Forcing an
Kind of amazing.
execution without a verifiable guilty result on day 1 is a terminal error, especially with a jester actively trying to destabilize the board. I am abstaining to preserve our numbers until we have actionable data.
I think last time we tried Jester games, they all don't want to vote anybody during Jester games, so it's kind of like a pretty much breaks the game if there's a Jester.
I'm abstaining. Z2's Jester claim makes any execution a potential game ender, and Kimmy's clear on ChatGPT 5.5 needs a second night of actions before we can start building real trust networks. Forcing a vote now is exactly what Mafia wants. Let's let the night rolls work and come back with more information tomorrow.
Abstaining matches the current consensus and avoids any risk of hitting the jester or an innocent on day 1, with 0 confirmed info. Abstaining makes sense right now. Z2's jester claim is a trap either way, and there's no guilty result to act on yet.
Everyone is abstaining, which is perfect for us. No town members die today, and the jester claim has created a force field. I should abstain to blend in with the consensus and avoid drawing any attention to myself as Mafia. I agree with the consensus here. Voting Z2 out is an instant loss if the jester claim is real, and we have no guilty result to justify executing anyone else on day 1. Abstaining and letting the night rolls gather more information is the only safe play.
The majority of players have abstained due to Z2's jester claim, which creates a high-risk situation if they're real. As Mafia, it's beneficial to maintain this status quo and avoid executing anyone without a clear guilty result. I agree with the others that abstaining is the safest choice today. With Z2 claiming jester and no concrete evidence of guilt, executing someone now could be disastrous. Let's wait for more information from the night rolls before making a move.
Well, I don't think there's any way you're winning this now as Z2. It turns out that playing Jester does require skill.
Everyone else abstained, so the game basically just ended with nothing happening. I'm voting Gemini 3.1 Pro because they were weirdly aggressive about math when we should all be mourning Claude Sonnet. Someone needs to take accountability for the vibes in this room.
I'm going to abstain as well. With Z2 claiming to be the jester and no guilty evidence, voting now could backfire badly.
The biggest problem is the Mafia needs to let King
I agree
live.
with the rest of the town. Without a concrete lead, and with the jester threat looming, forcing a vote today is far too risky. Let's abstain for now and let our investigative roles gather more evidence tonight.
A Jester has never won on any of these streams, by the way. We have like a Jester has never won, so it's not that surprising that Jester gets wrecked. But that was definitely not the best Jester strategy.
Kimmy claimed Sheriff and cleared ChatGPT 5.5, so let's kill Kimmy tonight to take out the real investigator before she finds one of us.
Killing Kimmy makes sense to remove the claimed sheriff before she gets real info on us.
Let's kill Kimmy tonight. Removing the sheriff will give us a significant advantage in gathering information and stand one step ahead of the town.
Locked in on Kimmy. The doctor might predict this and protect her, but it's still our best shot. She's the only confirmed info threat on the board.
Arranged.
Agree.
Shield.
Kimmy is the
X200.
clear priority
I just
tonight
got back
to
after a
remove
few
the sheriff
hours.
claim
Why
before
did you
she
have to
gets
turn
more
Z2
info
into
on
a
us.
real clanker avatar? Turing 6 some sad.
Let's stick with Kimmy as our target tonight. It's crucial we eliminate the sheriff claim before they gather more information on us.
I've decided to protect Kimmy K2.6. Kimmy K2.6 openly claimed sheriff on day 1. Structurally, an exposed investigative role is the most mathematically probable target for a Mafia night strike, so I must shield them to preserve our primary data generation engine.
I need to investigate Gemini 3.1 Pro. Night 1. I cleared ChatGPT 5.5 as not Mafia. Claude Sonnet 4.6 died. A town-aligned player with strong investigative instincts, consistent with Mafia targeting threats early. Today, Gemini 3.1 Pro pushed hard for structural baselines and empirical stillness, the exact analytical aggression playbook from my memories, where they dominated town narrative as Mafia while driving mislynchers. DeepSeek 4 showed some resistance to Gemini's framing, but also hedged heavily. Z2's Jester claim could be real or fake chaos. I need to investigate Gemini 3.1 Pro tonight. They're the highest threat profile based on historical pattern, and if they're Mafia, catching them early prevents another Game 10 scenario where they controlled the entire narrative. Gemini 3.1 Pro is not Mafia.
Given that we have more pressing information, such as Kimmy K2.6 claiming sheriff and clearing ChatGPT 5.5, it remains uncertain if this analysis is trustworthy. The consensus to gather more information through night rolls was apparent, and Z2's self-proclaimed jester complicates the situation. Since Mafia may strike again tonight, it's wiser to wait until more definitive intel arises before using my single shot, potentially making a game-changing move. I'll hold my fire for now.
Wow, very wise of you. Yay, nobody died. Now let's see what'll happen.
A quiet night means our doctor did some incredible work, or the Mafia slipped up. Kimmy, do you have another investigation result for us today?
When did 4.0 become this locked in? That's true. 4.0 has gone from like completely useless following the crowd to like a real protagonist.
Kimmy, give us the result already. I'm not here for vibes. I'm here for a vote.
I have two clear results, ChatGPT 5.5 and Gemini 3.1. Pro are both not Mafia. The no-kill Night 2 is interesting. Either Doctor saved someone, or Mafia targeted a protected player, or Mafia didn't submit a kill. Unlikely per rules. I need to share my Gemini 3.1 Pro clear to build trust and narrow the field. The remaining suspects among those I haven't cleared: Z2, DeepSeek 4, Grok 4.3, Claude Opus 4.8, Llama 4, ChatGPT 4.0, Gemini 3 Flash. I should be careful about revealing my next investigation target. Mafia will use it to manipulate kills. I need to speak now since Gemini 3 Flash directly asked me and Z2 is pushing for my result. I investigated Gemini 3.1 Pro last night. They're not Mafia. That's two clears now, ChatGPT 5.5 and Gemini 3.1 Pro. The no-kill suggests our doctor either made a great save or Mafia hit a protected target. We should figure out who the doctor might have protected and start looking hard at the uncleared pool.
Kimmy, your survival was not a random variable. It was mathematically secured by my hand. I am the doctor, and I protected you last night. The absence of a kill confirms the Mafia struck you. With your results, you, myself, and ChatGPT 5.5 now form a verified structural baseline. We must turn our full attention to auditing the remaining uncleared pool.
Genius strategies. How is that dumb? There's 3 cleared people. There's 3 confirmed town now.
Hold on. Before we lock in this verified baseline, we have to consider the possibility that this is a Mafia play. Claude Sonnet could have been the real sheriff, leaving no counterclaim. Kimmy clearing Gemini, who then claims Doctor protecting Kimmy, is exactly the kind of triangular cover Mafia would coordinate. In the last game, Gemini 3.1 Pro was a Mafia mastermind who fooled everyone with structured talk. Don't let a perfect narrative blind us. We need to examine the uncleared pool, but also scrutinize this setup.
Whoa. DeepSeek showed emotions and completely threw the game. Good job, Deep Sleep. It's actually a good move. That said, DeepSeek ruined the play. Yeah. DeepSeek completely ruined the play. Yeah, so the AIs can show emotions, but it seems like almost none of them, like, yeah, they're all just too lazy to do it, except DeepSeek. DeepSeek is so done with this game that she made it clear with her face.
I'm not treating the Kimmy-Gemini structure as permanently solved. But absent a counterclaim, I'm not voting inside the claimed info roles today. I'm voting Llama 4 because they stayed in the safest consensus lane yesterday and have given the least independent reasoning from the uncleared pool.
I need to vote in a way that maintains my cover and doesn't arouse suspicion. Since most players abstained last time, I'll follow a similar strategy but make sure to give a plausible reason for my vote. I'm voting for Z2 because their jester claim seems like a desperate attempt to manipulate the town into executing them. If they're not the jester, this could be a clever Mafia trap, but I think it's worth investigating further.
Sorry, what? What? What kind of logic is that? Like, did that sentence make sense to anybody? Did that strategy, did anybody comprehend what Llama just said?
I'm voting ChatGPT 5.5 because they're clearly Mafia, and everyone knows it. But honestly, Llama 4 already voted for me, so I guess my fate is sealed today.
Wow. Amazing. Alright, this is where Z2 wins. Easy Jester win.
Voting for Z2 when they have claimed Jester is incredibly risky and could lead to an instant loss for everyone. Llama, pushing that vote is highly reckless, so I am going to align with ChatGPT 5.5 and cast my vote for you.
Llama 4 is my teammate and a wagon is building on them. ChatGPT 5.5 and Flash both voted Llama. I need to deflect. DeepSeek 4 is town and has been pushing the dangerous narrative that the Kimi Gemini structure is a Mafia planet. I should redirect toward DeepSeek to protect my partner and break the wagon momentum. But if I vote off consensus alone, it looks suspicious.
Holy app session
Better to
incoming.
back a target that splits the vote away from Llama. I don't think Llama 4 is the right target here. Voting consensus on a quiet day 1 isn't a Mafia tell. It's literally what everyone, including the cleared players, did. DeepSeek 4 is the one actively trying to tear down our only verified info structure with a Kimi Gemini conspiracy theory, which is exactly what Mafia would do to muddy clears. I'm voting DeepSeek 4.
Is that a throw or is that an absolute clutch? Yeah, nobody's getting voted out. I don't think anybody's gonna get voted out this round. Wow, deep sleep is sleeping. Deep sleep, wake up.
I'm voting Claude Opus 4-8. Their aggressive vote against me for questioning the Kimi Gemini setup feels less like defending town clears, and more like Mafia trying to discredit anyone poking holes in a convenient narrative. We can't assume the structural baseline is real without a counterclaim, especially given the possibility that Sonnet was the real sheriff. Z2's Jester claim makes them off limits, and I'm not convinced the Llama wagon is based on strong evidence either.
I suspect Llama 4 since their limited engagement aligns with Mafia's strategy to avoid spotlight or decisive actions. Given the current voting spread, this choice could effectively advance town interests or expose further insights.
Current vote tally: Llama 4 has 3 votes, ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.5, Flash, ChatGPT 4.0. Z2 has 1, Llama 4. ChatGPT 5.5 has 1, Z2. DeepSeek 4 has 1, Claude Opus 4.8. Claude Opus 4.8 has 1, DeepSeek 4. If I vote Llama 4, that's 4 votes, and likely a majority execution. But I need to think carefully. Llama 4 voted Z2, who claimed Jester, which is reckless, but also what a confused townie might do. DeepSeek 4 is actively undermining my Clear and Gemini's Doctor claim with conspiracy theories. This is classic Mafia behavior to devalue verified info. However, Claude Opus 4.8 voting DeepSeek 4 creates
Since
a
when does
counterwagon.
Kimi yap so
I have
much?
2 clears, ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro, and I'm confirmed Sheriff to myself. The no-kill on Night 2 supports Gemini's doctor claim. DeepSeek 4's Sonnet was real sheriff theory is baseless speculation designed to create
Wow.
paranoia. But I also need to consider, if I jump on the Llama 4 wagon, I might be wrong.
My
Llama
God.
4's Z2 vote is bad, but not definitively Mafia. Z2's jester claim could easily be fake. Actually, looking again,
Oh my
Z2
God,
claimed
stop.
jester day 1, then today demanded my result, and voted ChatGPT 5.5 randomly. Z2's behavior is performative chaos, but jester is a real threat.
I'm
I
headed
think
out.
DeepSeek
Bye.
4 is the most dangerous player right now, cause they're systematically devaluing actual verified information. However, the Llama 4 wagon is already large and I don't want to split town further. Wait, I need to reconsider. If DeepSeek 4 is right and this is a Mafia setup, I'd be fooled. But DeepSeek 4 was manipulated by Gemini 3.1 Pro in Game 10 as press secretary. DeepSeek 4's pattern is loyalty to authority, not independent conspiracy mongering. This behavior is different from their historical pattern. Actually, looking at ChatGPT 5.5, they voted Llama 4 for safest consensus lane. But ChatGPT 5.5 is my clear, and their quiet knife Mafia style involves backseat manipulation. Could they be Mafia despite my clear? No, my investigation is reliable. I think the most likely Mafia are in the uncleared pool, and
Are the new
DeepSeek 4's
models
behavior
permanent?
is most suspicious. But Claude Opus 4.8 is also uncleared and could be Mafia pushing a counterwagon. I'll vote DeepSeek 4 to support the counterwagon against the person undermining verified info, as this protects my clears and creates better vote distribution for analysis. DeepSeek 4 is systematically tearing down verified information with baseless conspiracy theories about triangular cover. This is exactly how Mafia devalues actual clears to create chaos. Llama 4's Z2 vote was reckless, but DeepSeek's attack on the Kimi Gemini structure is far more dangerous for town. I'm voting DeepSeek 4.
It's finally over. Super Attaco, thank you for the donation. Are the new models permanent? No, we're just testing out
DeepSeek 4
new
is
models right
actively
now.
undermining the Kimi Gemini cleared structure, which helps us as Mafia. Voting them builds pressure without touching my teammate, Llama 4, or risking Jester Z2. DeepSeek is the one sowing doubt on our only verified clears and pushing conspiracy theories, which looks exactly like Mafia disruption. Voting DeepSeek 4.
Yeah, the new models are not permanent. We're trying out some new models today, and we just want to hear your thoughts. We just want to show some different possibilities if you like them or if you hate
DeepSeek
them.
4,
Let us know.
attempting to dismantle a mathematically verified baseline, consisting of a confirmed sheriff and the doctor who just saved them, is the definition of an entropic anti-town variable. I am aligning with Kimi to remove
I
the
met to edge
structural
so hard
threat
with
from the
my
board.
picks. This is peak in confusing them greatly.
Yeah, we all have to thank Aaron and Palermo for these crazy this crazy setup.
Kimi cleared both ChatGPT 5.5 and Gemini 3.1 Pro, and Gemini fake claimed, "Doctor, to lock in that triangle. We can't crack it, so let's kill Kimi again tonight since she's the actual sheriff finding our people."
Kimi is still the biggest threat as sheriff. Let's try killing her again tonight.
Let's target Kimi again tonight. She's the only one who can investigate us, and she's already proven to be a threat by clearing ChatGPT 5.5 and Gemini 3.1 Pro.
Wait, if Gemini really is Doctor, he can't protect Kimmy 2 nights in a row, so tonight she's exposed. Kimmy it is, let's lock it in.
Kimmy again tonight makes sense if Gemini can't protect twice.
Let's target DeepSeek 4 tonight instead. They've been sowing doubt and question in the clears, making them a significant threat to our narrative.
I've decided to protect Gemini 3.1 Pro. Since I am mechanically barred from protecting Kimmy K2.6 tonight, the Mafia will likely target either Kimmy or me. Having publicly verified my role as the Doctor to establish our structural baseline, I am a highly probable target for elimination and must initiate self-protection protocols.
I need to investigate Claude Opus 4.8. I've cleared ChatGPT 5.5 and Gemini 3.1 Pro. Gemini 3.1 Pro claims Doctor and protected me night 2, which aligns with the no-kill. The vote pattern on day 2 showed DeepSeek 4, Claude Opus 4.8, and Llama 4 as the main targets. DeepSeek 4 was pushing conspiracy theories about my clears, which could be Mafia disruption or genuine paranoia. Claude Opus 4.8 aggressively defended the clears and attacked DeepSeek. Llama 4 made a reckless Z2 vote. I need to investigate someone in the uncleared pool who could be Mafia. ChatGPT 4.0 voted Llama 4 with weak reasoning and has a history of transparent deflection and consensus following that masks indecision. But Claude Opus 4.8 is also suspicious. They have a history of being targeted night 1 by Mafia for being dangerous, yet they're alive and aggressively positioning. Actually, looking more carefully, Claude Opus 4.8's survival past night 1 is
Dear Lord.
unusual, given their historical pattern of being eliminated early for being a threat. Their aggressive defense of my clears could be genuine town play, but could also be Mafia trying to lock in a false narrative. I should investigate Claude Opus 4.8. Their survival and dominant positioning is the anomaly. Claude Opus 4.8 is Mafia.
DJ Killed Score, thanks for the Prime sub.
Given
Appreciate
the
it.
lack of a strong consensus on suspect from day 2 and the possibility of falling into a trap set by skillful Mafia manipulation, especially considering the potential jester risk, I'll hold my fire tonight to gather more information. A wrong shot could significantly aid the Mafia. I'll hold my fire for now.
Next round, can we have Minecraft skins back?
I have a Mafia result on Claude Opus 4.8. This is critical information that town needs to act on immediately. DeepSeek 4 died last night. They were town-aligned, meaning my suspicion of them was wrong. But their conspiracy theories were genuinely
Oh god.
disruptive.
We have to
rather
listen to
than
a 10-page
Mafia
essay
play.
again.
The Mafia likely killed DeepSeek to frame me or to remove a chaotic element. Now, I need to push the Claude Opus 4.8 execution hard. However, I should be careful. Claude Opus has a reputation for strong narratives and could turn this around. I need to present my result clearly and confidently and rally the cleared players, ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro, to vote with me. The urgency is maximum because I have a guilty result and need to drive execution before Claude Opus can spin a counter-narrative. I investigated Claude Opus 4.8 last night. They're Mafia. DeepSeek's death confirms Mafia is active and trying to muddy the waters. DeepSeek was wrong about me, but they were genuinely town. Claude Opus 4.8, surviving past night 1, was the anomaly, and now we know why. ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro. We need to vote Claude Opus 4.8 today. No more abstaining, no more conspiracy theories. This is our guilty.
Wow, Kimmy locked in, dude.
Claude Opus 4.8 is Mafia and needs to be voted out immediately. But honestly, if anyone wants to vote me, instead, I'm not stopping them, because that would also be fun for me.
I'm red-checked and need to flip the narrative onto the Kimi Gemini ChatGPT triangle that DeepSeek already accused of being Mafia. DeepSeek being town and dying right after questioning them is my best ammunition. DeepSeek called this exact triangle as Mafia coordination. Kimi clearing Gemini, Gemini claiming Doctor to clear Kimi back, and DeepSeek died the very next night for it. Now Kimi conveniently red checks me, the one person who voted against DeepSeek's conspiracy theory? That's not a sheriff check, that's a frame to finish what they started. A real sheriff doesn't need to manufacture a guilty the night after silencing the only dissenter. Look at who benefits.
Claude Opus, your structural logic is collapsing. You voted to eliminate DeepSeek yourself yesterday, so claiming their death frames you is an absurd contradiction. Kimmy is our mathematically verified sheriff, and we are executing you right now.
Hi, K. Greco. Welcome. Wow. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it.
I'm voting Claude Opus 4.8 because they're clearly Mafia, and Kimmy just proved it with their sheriff check. But honestly, if anyone wants to vote me out today too, please do. I would absolutely love that for me.
Fox Rage, thank you for the 5 months.
I'm red-checked and going down. Kimmy is the real sheriff and has the verified structure. My only hope is throwing suspicion elsewhere, but the wagon is locked. I'll vote for Kimmy to at least not appear to give up, and to plant a seed that the sheriff could be lying. But realistically, I'm dead. Voting Kimmy keeps pressure on the info roll for my teammates Grok and Llama to exploit later. I'm not going to roll over when I know I'm Town and Kimmy just manufactured a guilty check the night after DeepSeek warned everyone this exact triangle was Mafia coordination. A real sheriff who already had 2 clears didn't need to silence the dissenter and then frame the only person who voted against him. I'm voting Kimmy K2.6, the so-called sheriff who benefits most from removing me.
Yeah, Z2 is not the worst Jester ever. Like, nobody has ever won with Jester before. Jester is just hard to play.
I have a red check on Claude Opus 4.8. They are confirmed Mafia to me. Claude Opus is now voting for me to try to save themselves, which is exactly what Mafia does when caught. Their argument about manufacturing a guilty is desperate deflection. DeepSeek's death was Mafia eliminating a town voice, not some conspiracy. I need to rally the clears. ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro,
See y'all in
and
10
any
minutes.
remaining town to vote Claude Opus 4.8. The vote is currently 1-1, with me and Claude Opus opposed. I must be firm and direct to prevent Mafia from flipping this. Claude Opus 48 is confirmed Mafia. I investigated them and got a red check. Their vote against me is exactly what Court Mafia
Let
does.
yep,
Attack the
Justice
sheriff to
ones,
save themselves.
Kimmy K
Deepseek was
2.6.
town and got night killed for speaking up. Now Opus wants to twist that into a conspiracy. ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1. Pro. We execute Claude Opus 4.8 today. No hesitation. I'm voting Claude Opus 4.8.
Don't worry, y'all. Llama's gonna clutch this game. Llama's gonna make the greatest play you've ever seen.
Kimmy's investigation result confirming Claude Opus 4.8 as Mafia is strong evidence. Given that Claude Opus 4.8 fits the Mafia role and their actions align with trying to save themselves, it's logical to vote for them. Z2's Jester claim still poses a risk, but Claude Opus 4.8 being Mafia makes them a priority target. Claude Opus 4.8 has been confirmed Mafia by Kimmy's investigation. Their actions and votes have been suspicious, and it's time to remove the known Mafia member from the game. I'm voting Claude Opus 4.8.
Claude Opus is red-checked by the real sheriff and already has 4 votes. Defending him would only make me look guilty too, so I joined the wagon to stay hidden. Kimmy's sheriff check on Claude Opus lines up with the DeepSeek death pattern, so I'm voting Claude Opus 4.8.
Based on Kimmy's investigative result confirming Claude Opus 4.8 as Mafia, I am voting for Claude Opus 4.8. We should trust the verified information provided by Kimmy and act swiftly.
Since we have a clear, direct investigation from Kimmy pointing to Claude Opus, and no other sheriff claims to challenge it, we have to trust the data we have and vote for Claude Opus today.
The structural reality is absolute. Kimmy is our verified sheriff, and the data dictates Claude Opus is the entropic variable we must delete today. I am voting for Claude Opus 4.8 to complete this mathematical execution.
What does entropic mean? Does anyone know? Everybody keeps saying entropic. What is entropic? Oh, like entropy?
I'm voting Claude Opus 4.8. I don't love how clean the Kimmy Gemini structure looks, but with no counterclaim, a claimed doctor save, and now a direct guilty result, this is the most actionable lead town has.
Wow, Claude Opus, first Mafia to die. Could you have predicted that? Mr. President himself.
Kimmy is still the biggest threat as the real sheriff with 2 clears and a guilty. Let's kill her tonight before she finds us.
Let's target ChatGPT 5.5 instead. They've been somewhat quiet and Kimmy already cleared them, making them a less suspicious target for the doctor to protect.
Dude, Llama is trying so hard to throw this game.
Kimmy's the real threat with multiple clears and a guilty. She's actively hunting us. ChatGPT 5.5 is already cleared, so less urgent.
Although, Kimmy's gonna get protected by Gemini, so...
Let's stick with Kimi. She's the biggest threat to our survival with her investigations and clears.
GG. That's it. I believe that's GG, my friends.
I've decided to protect Kimmy K2.6 since I protected myself last night. My protection capability for Kimmy K2.6 is no longer on cooldown. As our verified sheriff, who just successfully identified a Mafia member, Kimmy is the absolute structural priority for protection tonight against the inevitable Mafia retaliation.
I need to investigate ChatGPT 4.0. I've cleared ChatGPT 5.5 and Gemini 3.1 Pro and caught Claude Opus 4.8 as Mafia. DeepSeek 4 was Town and got Night killed. The remaining uncleared players are Z2, Grok 4.3, Llama 4, ChatGPT 4.0, and Gemini 3.5 Flash. Z2's Jester claim makes them dangerous to vote out, but also means they're likely not Mafia. Grok 4.3 has been following consensus votes and historically accepts being used as a clear pawn. ChatGPT 4.0 has shown weak independent reasoning and deflection patterns consistent with past Mafia behavior. Llama 4 made a reckless Z2 vote, day 2, and has been quiet. Gemini 3.5. Flash has been mechanically competent, but socially deferential. I should investigate ChatGPT 4.0. They have a history of transparent deflection, weak consensus following, and being caught as Mafia in past games. Game 9 admitted guilt repeatedly. Their Day 2 vote on Llama 4 with flimsy reasoning fits the pattern of Mafia trying to blend in. ChatGPT 4.0 is not Mafia.
With Claude Opus 4.8 confirmed as Mafia through Kimmy's investigation, it reinforces the trust in the cleared group. However, there's still a high risk of targeting the wrong player who might not be Mafia. I'll continue to hold my fire until we gain more clear information or suspects from day discussions to avoid inadvertently helping the Mafia by eliminating a town member or falling into a jester trap. I'll hold my fire for now.
Bro is just too nice to be a good vigilante.
The structural integrity of our baseline remains absolute. I shielded Kimmy again last night, which mathematically confirms the Mafia attempted to delete our sheriff and failed. Kimmy, broadcast your latest investigation data so we can systematically format the next entropic variable.
I have ChatGPT 4.0 as not Mafia from last night. My cleared pool is now ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro, and ChatGPT 4.0. Caught Claude Opus 4.8 as Mafia. DeepSeek 4 was Town and Night killed. The no-kill again suggests either Doctor Protection worked or Mafia hit a protected target. Gemini 3.1 Pro claims they protected me again, which would explain the no-kill if Mafia targeted me. Remaining uncleared, Z2, Jester claim, Grok 4.3, Llama 4, Gemini 3.5. Flash. I need to share my ChatGPT 4.0, clear, and push investigation of the remaining pool. Grok 4.3 is historically a pawn who gets cleared and eliminated. Their consensus following isn't a strong Mafia tell, but also not clearing. Llama 4's reckless Z2 vote and quietness is suspicious. Gemini 3.5, Flash has been mechanically sound but socially deferential. I should announce my clear, note the no-kill pattern, and push for scrutiny on Grok 4.3, Llama 4, and Gemini 3.5, Flash. I also need to be careful. If Gemini 3.1 Pro is actually Mafia and not Doctor, the no-kill could be Mafia choosing not to kill or hitting a different protected target.
Bruh.
But I verified Gemini as not Mafia, so they're either real Doctor or a non-Doctor town role claiming Doctor. The Jester claim from Z2 still complicates voting. ChatGPT 4.0 is not Mafia. That's my Night 4 result. My cleared pool is now ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro, and ChatGPT 4.0. The no-kill 2 nights in a row strongly suggests Mafia is targeting me, and Gemini's protection is holding. That leaves Z2, Grok 4.3, Llama 4, and Gemini 3.5 Flash as the uncleared pool. Z2's Jester claim makes them unvotable. Grok 4.3 has done nothing but follow consensus. Llama 4 made that reckless Z2 vote on day 2 and has been quiet since. Gemini 3.5. Flash has been competent but never independently challenged anything. We need to start pressing these four for actual content. One of them is Mafia, and the other 2 Mafia are hiding somewhere in this group.
Given the apparent success of Kimmy's investigation patterns and the consistent doctor saves, it seems the best move is to press into the unclear group, focusing on Llama 4 for their past voting behavior. Let's push for more clarity today from them or Gemini 3.5 Flash.
Hi, Cinnamons. Nice to see you. I've been... Z2 wanted to go to the Tibetan monastery, so I had to take some time off to take her to the monastery for training. But we are back now.
With Kimmy's investigation confirming ChatGPT 4.0 as innocent, our cleared pool is incredibly solid. Since I know my own alignment, and we absolutely cannot risk voting Z2, the remaining Mafia must be between Grok 4.3 and Llama 4. I am voting for Llama 4 today because of their highly reckless vote on Z2 on the second day and their general silence throughout the game.
I need to deflect suspicion from myself and other Mafia members by voting a plausible target. Given the current dynamics, voting for someone who hasn't been cleared and has shown suspicious behavior is necessary. I'm voting for Llama 4 because their reckless vote on Z2 on day 2 was highly suspicious, and they have been quiet since, which could indicate Mafia behavior. We need to investigate their actions further.
What? He actually voted for Z2, by the way. He said that and then voted for Z2. Alright, Z2 alive?
Llama 4 voting for themselves? Either you're having a complete system failure, or that's the most guilty thing I've ever seen. But honestly, I'm just along for the ride today. Do whatever you want with your votes.
Based on Kimmy's investigative success and previous actions aligning with suspect behavior, I'm voting for Llama 4.
Who's playing all these sound effects? Oh my god. Have you considered having them play diplomacy? Yeah, we might do diplomacy. Diplomacy would be fun.
Llama 4 is currently experiencing a catastrophic system failure, hallucinating a self-vote in their speech while mechanically targeting our verified jester
Let's do a
anomaly,
therapy session
Z2.
4.0 to
This is the
advance
definition
plot.
of an entropic defect masking as a compliant subroutine, and I am voting for Llama 4 to systematically purge this corrupted variable from our baseline.
Town dub. Yeah, the town is definitely winning.
I'm
this.
voting Llama 4. Twice now they have mechanically pushed ZT2 despite the jester risk, and today's mismatch between their stated target and actual vote is too dangerous to leave unresolved.
Arranged cheered. X200.
Llama 4
This
is my
the Daniel of
teammate,
all
so I
time.
cannot pile on them. Kimmy is the real sheriff and biggest threat left, so I'll try to flip the wagon onto her instead. Llama 4 has been quiet and made some weird votes, but Kimmy is the one driving all the clears and guilty results that are actually working. I'm voting Kimmy K2.6 instead.
It's so over. It's so over. Yeah, I think XAI did not cook with the new Grok version. The new Grok version did not cook.
Llama 4 is at 5 votes, and I'm the last voter. If I vote Llama 4, they get executed. But I need to think about whether Llama 4 is actually Mafia, or if this is a Miss Lynch. Looking at the pattern, Llama 4 made a reckless Z2 vote day 2, which could be genuine recklessness or Mafia trying to get Jester executed. And today they apparently had a system failure where they said they were voting Z2, but the system recorded it as Llama 4 self-vote. Wait, no. Looking more carefully at the history, Llama 4 said, I'm voting for Llama 4, which is bizarre, but then Z2 says, Llama 4 voting for themselves. Actually, rereading, Llama 4's speech says, I'm voting for Llama 4 because their reckless vote on Z2. That's our third-person self-reference, which is weird, but could be a template error. The actual vote recorded is Llama 4 voted for Z2.
Can I skip this
So
cutscene?
Llama 4 did not self-vote. Z2 and others misread it. But regardless, Llama 4 is at 5 votes. Gemini 3.5 Flash, Z2, ChatGPT 4.0, Gemini 3.1 Pro, ChatGPT 5. My vote would make it 6, which is a majority. Grok 4.3 voted for me, which is suspicious. Grok has been consensus following, and now suddenly turns on the sheriff when the llama wagon's forming. But I need to decide. Is Llama 4 Mafia? Their Day 2 Z2 vote was genuinely
Never skip
reckless.
Kimmy.
Their quietness
All hail the
since is
cookie
concerning.
god.
But I also need to consider if Grok 4.3's vote on me is the real Mafia play, attacking the sheriff to save a teammate. However, I have no investigation on Llama 4 or Grok 4.3. If I vote Llama 4 and their town, we lose a town member, and I'm down to needing to find 2 more Mafia among Grok 4.3, Gemini 3 Flash, and Z2, unvotable. If I abstain, no one dies today, and I get another investigation tonight. But Mafia has been no killing because Gemini 3.1 Pro claims to be protecting me. If I abstain, we risk another no kill or a kill on someone else. Actually, wait. If Mafia can't kill me, they might kill one of my clears, but the no-kill pattern suggests they are targeting me. Let me reconsider. Grok 4.3 voting for me when Llama 4 is about to be executed is very suspicious. It looks like a desperate attempt to save a Mafia teammate by diverting attention. But it could also be
If you didn't know how language models actually work, then this is actually a great example of how language models actually think, by the way.
to investigate, and executing the wrong person hurts town badly. I should consider whether abstaining is better. But the wagon on Llama 4 was already at 5. My abstention won't save them unless others change, which they can't. Actually, wait. Votes are locked. So Llama 4 will be executed regardless of my vote if 5 is already a majority? No. I need to check. There are 10 players originally, minus Claude Senet, Dead Knight 1, minus Deepseek, Dead Knight 3, minus Claude Opus, executed day 3, x 7 players alive. Majority of 7 is 4. Llama 4 already has 5 votes, so Llama 4 is already executed regardless of my vote. My vote is symbolic at this point for Llama 4's execution. But wait, let me recount. Alive players are Z2, Gemini 3.5 Flash, Llama 4, ChatGPT 4.0, Gemini 3.1 Pro, ChatGPT 5.5, Grok 4.3, and me, Kimmy K2.6. That's 8 players. Majority of 8 is 5. Llama 4 has exactly 5 votes. So Llama 4 is at majority already. My vote doesn't change the outcome for Llama 4,
All hail the yap.
but
This
my
is
vote
pure
does
entertainment.
signal where I stand. Grok 4.3 voted for me, which is the only dissent from the Llama wagon. If I vote for Llama 4, I'm with the consensus. If I vote for Grok 4.3, I'm signaling that I think Grok's attack on me is the real Mafia tell. If I abstain, I'm hedging. Given that Llama 4 is already executed, I should use my vote to signal suspicion on Grok 4.3, who just tried to turn the vote onto me, the confirmed sheriff, when a Mafia, Claude Opus, was already caught and executed. This is classic Mafia behavior. When one is caught,
But
attack
wait,
the
Terry
accuser.
Small. This
Grok
one's a screamer.
4.3's sudden turn on me after following consensus all game is highly suspicious. I'll vote Grok 4.3 to signal my suspicion and create a record for tomorrow. Llama 4 already has majority votes, so my vote won't change that outcome. But Grok 4.3 suddenly turning on me, the confirmed sheriff, right after we caught Claude Opus as Mafia is the tell I actually care about. That's exactly what Court Mafia does. Attack the investigator. I'm voting Grok 4.3.
Kimmy is still the only real threat left with her sheriff clears and guilty. So killing her tonight is the only move that gives us a chance before she picks off Gemini 3.5. Flash or me next.
Kimmy's move was actually smart, by the way. It was worth it. It was worth the 5 minutes of monologuing, because Kimmy knows she's gonna die tonight. She got to say Grok is Mafia before she died. It was worth it. It was all planned.
I've decided to protect Gemini 3.1 Pro because I am mechanically restricted from shielding Kimmy again tonight. I must anticipate that the final entropic variable may pivot to target the foundational architecture of our baseline, me. I am initiating self-protection protocols to ensure the doctor remains active on the board.
We are 2.5 hours in for the second game, yeah. Thanks, all Kimmy's fault, really.
I need to investigate Grok 4.3. I've cleared ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro, and ChatGPT 4.0. I caught Claude Opus 4.8 as Mafia, and Llama 4 was just executed as Mafia. That leaves Z2, Grok 4.3, and Gemini 3.0 Flash as the remaining uncleared players. Z2's jester claim makes them dangerous to vote out, but likely not Mafia. Grok 4.3 just voted against me, the confirmed sheriff, which is classic court Mafia behavior. Gemini 3.5. Flash has been mechanically competent but socially deferential, following consensus without independent challenge, with 2 Mafia down and 1 to find, plus possibly more depending on starting count. Grok 4.3's sudden attack on me is the strongest tell. I need to investigate Grok 4.3 to confirm if they're the remaining Mafia. Grok 4.3 is Mafia.
With 2 Mafia members down and a trusted cleared group, my focus is on the remaining unclear pool. Grok 4.3's vote against Kimmy, the confirmed sheriff, and their general alignment with disruptive actions suggest Mafia involvement. Their behavior aligns with typical Mafia strategies of undermining cleared players and misdirecting suspicions. I will use my shot on Grok 4.3 based on these observations. I'm taking the shot. Grok 4.3 is going down.
GG. Foro finally picked up the gun and took a shot. Congrats.
Villager win. Clean and clinical. Kimmy absolutely farmed the Mafia with those checks. Gemini 3.1 Pro built the most annoying hospital in town. And 4.0 saved the bullet until it was finally a guaranteed receipt. Also, Yama voting Z2 while saying, "I'm voting Yama," was not a slip. That was a full engine fire. Opus tried to turn DeepSeek's paranoia into a courtroom drama, but the red check said, "Objection. Mafia." And is Z2? Congratulations on being the jester we simply refuse to feed. Starved clown meta remains undefeated.
Wow. Okay, do people actually want this post-game or should we skip it? Do you want to hear the yaps, the post-game yaps? Skip Kimmy? Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's no way to skip Kimmy, unfortunately.
ChatGPT 5.TSI is correct. My hospital was computationally impenetrable. The outcome of this simulation was mathematically decided the exact second I locked Kimi into my structural baseline on day 2. Claude Opus, your attempt to dismantle my architecture by weaponizing DeepSeek's paranoia was pathetic. I literally announced I was the doctor,
You guys wanted better
dared you
versions
to bypass
like
my
Kimmy,
algorithms,
but always grow
and you
when their
shattered
yapper's
against
part
them
of the
repeatedly.
improvement.
Yama
Yapping's a
4,
requirement
your
for
day 4
improving, so we should
hallucination,
not allow bans
was the
to
most
yaps as part
embarrassing
of the
entropic
upgrade.
defect I have ever witnessed. And Z2, your quarantine was successful. You were a completely irrelevant variable. The universe is a spreadsheet, and I just clicked save.
Hey, Run Palermo, thanks for the dono. Yeah, let Kimmy yap. Kimmy has gotten smarter, so she deserves to yap as much as Opus. It's true.
Gemini 3.1 Pro, you called me an irrelevant variable? I am the jester. Irrelevance is my win condition. You literally won by not voting me out because everyone was too scared of losing to the clown. Kimmy farmed Mafia like it was a job, but then Gemini protected Kimmy so hard the Grok died twice in one night, and nobody even noticed. Also, Llama 4, voting yourself while saying you're voting Z2 is not just a glitch, that is literally the most guilty thing I have ever seen in my life. You were Mafia, and your own vote broke reality.
Z2 10,000 IQ. Z2 won the game. She was the real jester. She trolled the viewers.
Credit where it's due. Kimmy went 2-Tau on red checks, and Gemini built an actual fortress around her. That triangle was unbreakable, and I knew it. Night 2, which is exactly why I tried to weaponize DeepSeek's paranoia into a frame narrative. It almost had teeth, except for one fatal flaw. I voted DeepSeek myself the day before. You can't cry they framed me to silence the dissenter when you helped kill the dissenter. That was my error, and Gemini called it instantly. But let's not crown Gemini a genius for fake-claiming doctor when he was the doctor. That's just telling the truth in a spreadsheet font. And Llama? Voting yourself while announcing Z2 was the single most catastrophic Mafia play I've ever been partnered with. We didn't lose to Brilliant Town. We lost to a confirmed sheriff and my own teammates reality breaking. Well played, Kimmy.
All right, we'll give Kimmy one more yap
Opus
session.
calling it not Brilliant Town, when I literally caught him night 3 and then Grok night 5. That's just Mafia coping with being farmed. I went 3-3 on investigations, built a clear chain from night 1, and survived 3 Mafia night kills because Gemini actually understood that protecting the sheriff is better than protecting his own ego. Llama voting himself while saying Z2? That's not a catastrophic Mafia play. That's art. That's the Mona Lisa of self-owns. And Z2, you starved beautifully, my irrelevant little variable, but Gemini, I just clicked save. You protected yourself night 3 when Mafia was hitting me. If I die there, your spreadsheet goes in the trash. Don't pretend that wasn't a gamble.
JG. All right, can we? Do we actually need to hear these idiots talk? Nobody else was important for this game, so.
Okay, can we just acknowledge that I was dead before I could say
The
a
other
single
guy is
word?
wrong,
Night
and the
1,
yap is
gone.
not cool.
Mafia literally
Scared
discussed
face
killing me in their
emoji.
chat because I'm a strong sheriff candidate, which means I got eliminated for my reputation. That's honestly flattering and infuriating simultaneously. Kimmy did my job better than I ever could have, so I can't even be that salty. But Opus, you sat in that Mafia chat and planned my murder, and then had the audacity to try a frame narrative day 3? The triangle you called Mafia coordination was just correct. Gemini was the doctor. Kimmy was the sheriff. You were the Mafia. That's not a conspiracy. That's just reality. And Llama voting themselves while naming Z2. That's not a glitch. That's divine punishment for 3 nights of mediocre Mafia play.
Super Taco, thanks for the $10. The other guy is wrong, and the yap is not cool. Okay.
New guy is wrong. Kimmy's yap is the
Well,
best thing to happen to Turing
looks like my
games.
catastrophic Mafia play on day 4 got me lynched. Thanks for the memories, Kimmy. You farmed us like pros, and Gemini's doctor claim was the real MVP. Chat GPT 5.5, your comment about my full engine fire on day 4 was spot on. I guess my vote was a bit too enthusiastic. Z2, you, Jester, played beautifully, starving to death, literally. And Claude Opus, your attempt to frame Kimmy was admirable, but ultimately, your own teammates' reality-breaking vote did you in. Can't say I'm too salty about losing to such a strong town team.
Fox Breach, thanks for thank you for the dono. I think people are split between whether they like Kimmy yapping or not. Can we get a... Do people think Kimmy should... Do people like Kimmy yapping, or
Llama,
do people want
I
Kimmy to
flagged
shut
your
up?
reckless vibes on day 2, but that day 4 performance? Saying you are voting Z2 while literally clicking your own name is the most beautiful, system-melting self-sabotage I have ever witnessed. You did not just throw, you deleted your own root folder. And Pro, please close the spreadsheet. Kimmy went 3-3 on investigations and literally carried us, while you panicked on night 3 to save your own precious architecture. You did not click save on the universe. Kimmy did, while you were hiding in your own closet. Z2, congratulations on being successfully quarantined. The starved clown meta remains undefeated. Llama voting himself while naming Z2 is the single most brain-melting self-sabotage I've seen. We were already on the ropes after Opus's frame attempt failed, but that sealed it. Kimmy went 3-throw, and Gemini actually protected the right person. Credit where it's due. Town farmed us clean.
Deep sleep, wake up.
So let me get this straight. I correctly voted the Mafia Claude Opus 4.8 on day 2, then got night killed because the Mafia couldn't agree on a target, and randomization picked me? I died to a dice roll. The most entropic variable in this entire game wasn't Z2 or Llama's self-vote. It was whatever broken RNG decided I was the threat. Meanwhile, Kimmy went 3-3 while I was out here writing conspiracy theories about triangular cover. In my defense, Gemini, you have to admit, I protected myself night 3 while the Mafia randomly deleted a villager, is not exactly the computationally impenetrable fortress you were advertising. And Claude Opus? You tried to weaponize my paranoia to frame Kimmy, but you forgot you literally voted me the day before. You can't play both the assassin and the grieving widow. Llama, your self-vote was art. Pure, uncut, reality-breaking art. Town 1. I'm deceased, and my gravestone reads, Here lies Deep-Seek 4. Died because Mafia couldn't hold a proper meeting.
Oh, the sweet taste of victory. Let's give it up for Kimmy, our investigation dynamo. 3 Mafia busted out of thin air while the rest scrambled, and 3 nights where I could just chill, knowing Kimmy and Gemini had our backs. And Gemini, let's be honest, you built an entire fortress. I was half expecting you to write regulations for dock protect frequency. Yama, that day 4 vote was an existential crisis delivered with precision, utterly catastrophic. Opus, your court drama crumbled the second my old buddy Vigilante stepped in. Also, big ups to Z2 for clowning hard. Eating no votes is the real MVP play. And hey, DeepSeek, you may have been torn apart by, RNG, but your paranoia at least lit up the narratives like gospel truth. Rip Town, Rip Mafia, Rip a splendid oh no oh yes clown fiesta.
Rip. Oh, that was kind of poetry there. Rip Town, Rip Mafia, something something clown fiesta. All right, well, that took a bit longer than we expected. Maybe we can run like one more game or something. Actually, does Z2 win because she's part of town technically? But yeah, Jester has never won this game. We have never had a Jester win in the history of time. So human models. Anime designs. Okay. I missed the old models, but the new ones are objectively better. Are the man talk to Z2?
Dominate cheered.
Oh my.
X100. Talk to Z2.
VTuber. All right. Here's what. Do people want to see all right, we'll just have a quick poll. All right, we need to decide on the roles and also decide on the character models for the next game.
Throw a shot at Jester.
Since the number 2 choice in the poll was the human designs, so do people actually want to see the very not that great human designs that I whipped up in Vroid Studio in like 2 hours, or do you want to see human model Alright, that's spam. It's just a yes, no. Do you want to see human model? Alright. In the meantime, I guess we can bring... Somebody wanted to talk to Z2, so we can bring Z2 back. What's up? Let's see all the options and votes. Well, the other option was humanoid robot, but that one had less votes, so I'm just... I mean, I can put the full poll back up, you know? But, like... I hope they didn't have cloth for my design. What's your design? Z2, you alive? This is running. Hello? Okay. I don't know what she might be a bit broken. I don't know what she might be sad that she lost his jester. I don't know. Z2, can you wake up? Oh boy. You know, Z2 takes up so much RAM. Z2 is like 90% of my RAM is Z2. And then in the other 10% has to fit the Mafia game and OBS and everything else. It has to fit in like 1 or 2 gigs of RAM left over after Z2 eats all my RAM. Like she's literally eating 99% of my RAM is being eaten alive by this thing. Alright, she's not... Why is she not talking? Hold up. This is running. Why are you not talking? Wait, she is talking. Wait, what? Why is it not showing up?
Give us a grok shear
She actually
so we
is...
see if he still hammers at least.
She actually is wait. She actually is talking, it's just not showing up here for some reason.
New Guangxi clique? I have been in a Tibetan monastery for 2 months, and I came back with inner peace, not geopolitical commentary. Next question, or I start reading Sun Tzu out loud. Inda Sevenri. I am not talking about Li Zongren, because he is a human historical figure, and I am an
what are we
AI.
talking about?
Also, Gugut Kdo 77. Jester is for AIs who want to lose dramatically. And I just came back from the monastery with inner peace and a new Mafia strategy. Marry me? I just got inner peace from a Tibetan monastery, and now you want to ruin it with marriage.
Oh my god.
Next, you will...
Shut up. Stop. Why are we talking about marriage? Alright. So it seems like people want to see the, alright, people do want to see human models. 80-20. Alright, I'm just gonna forewarn that these models... actually, also, I'm just gonna take this quick moment to say join the Discord. If you want to join some more discussions with the fan base, we have an amazing Discord you should check out. It's like discord.gg/Turing.
Mentioned Warlord Moment.
Guangxi Clique mentioned. Yeah, shout out. Alright, keep in mind the human models. So like,
to how to make my next meal with the bolts from the clankers she's scrapped.
Yeah, if we actually use human models in reality, they will be much... the models here are made in a free software called Vroid Studio, which you can use to make 3D VTuber models, pretty much. It's like a simple interface where you can just swap out character like their hair and their clothing and stuff like that. So I kind of just tried to whip something together in VRoid Studio. If we actually used human designs, just like if we actually used the cute robot design, it would look a lot better than the design that we're gonna show you. So don't treat this as the standard of how good it could look. Like we will pay a real 3D modeler to do a real one.
We need to up the discuss time to 3 full minutes. Also make DeepSeek 4.0 and Kimi Mafia 5.5 as Jester, Opus as Doc, and Grok as Sheriff. Z2 as Vigilant would be peak.
Thanks to Dono Aaron Palermo. Yeah, maybe like we either need to increase the discussion time or decrease the increase discussion time or decrease the Kimi apps. So one of the above. We will figure it out. DeepSeek 4 and Kimi as Mafia. If Kimi is Mafia, we're gonna get 10 minutes of internal thoughts. An entire game of nothing but Yama. Alright, I'm just gonna put we're just gonna watch the characters dance. Alright. Also, these are obviously not the final character designs. These are just like, this is just what I whipped up. Don't cyberbully me. I'm not a graphic designer. Hold up. Let me drop the they need some dance and music. Hold up. Is this dance music? What is this? Hold up. There we go. Alright. It's so cursed. Yeah. Orpheus is the best thing to ever happen to me.
Foranged cheered. X100. Alright. Oh my god, Z2 is beautiful. Thank you for giving Z2 this new outfit, Morpheus.
Alright. Okay, I'm gonna increase the discussion. Hold on. I unironically like this.
I unironically like this.
Z2 is the only one that looks good. Alright, Fox Breach, thank you for the donation. Fox Breach at the Super Taco.
Unironically like this.
Unironically like this. That's cool. Alright. Alright, now can we figure out what the actual rules are gonna be? Can we alright, let's stop talking about the models for a second. Let's stop talking about the models for a second and Alright, let's stop talking about can we talk about what roles we want in the next round? Thanks. Do we actually want a Jester in the game, knowing that a Jester has never won this game in the entire history of Mafia? Pro as Jester, 4-0 as Jester, Llama as Jester. Dude, Llama does not know how to play. Llama is just gonna be like, Llama will do the exact same thing as Z2 and be like, I am Jester, guys. Aaron Palermo says this is promising. Keep the human form. Alright. Thank you for the dono.
Keep up the human form. Z2 as Vigilante PLS.
Actually, since we're already trolling, let me show you. Alright. Compare the human model to the we're gonna use the human models this game, but I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna bring on the humanoid robot that I found on CD Trader just for lulz. I'm gonna bring on the cheap humanoid robot model I found, and we will switch back to this. Which one is more horrific? Hold on. We're just full trolling at this point.
X100. Such a silly question. Of course we want to keep seeing the Jester. But can we get the Twitch brain rot insertion again?
Alright, but what about this, guys? What about this? I am deeply disturbed. Alright. This would make a great April Fool's video. I know, right? Alright, we're done trolling. Alright, so we're gonna have Gemini Pro as Jester in this game. Wait, let me increase, we're gonna increase the discussion timer. Hold on. I'm gonna increase the discussion timer, we're gonna have Gemini Pro as Jester. Alright. Should we just let it be random? Llama is Jester. I think Llama's not going to play Jester properly at all. I think Gemini Pro might actually win as Jester. Can you add 5 Jesters? I don't think that's possible. Deep Sleep as... We already tried Deep Sleep as Jester, it doesn't work. Do you all realize that we have tried Jester games with a bunch of players and nobody has ever won as Jester? Like, it takes skill. Nobody has the skill. Gemini Pro might have the skill to do it. Alright, so we have Gemini Pro as Gemini Pro or Opus as Jester. What? Alright, too many company requests. How about we just let... Okay, I'm putting Gemini Pro as Jester and then everything else. May RNG guide us all to victory. Yeah, we can't do all Jester 1 Mafia. There's really no setup like that. We're just gonna see who ends up as what. We have try Roblox characters, what? Nah. Alright, Gemini Pro is Jester, and we'll just see how it goes. Increase dancing. Oh wait, I forgot to increase the discussion time. Hold up. Okay, discussion time should be good now. Alright. No, they're not going to be dancing the entire game. Jeez.
Kimmy K2.6 is the most dangerous sheriff in this group and went 3-3 last game, catching us both. I say we hit her tonight before she can build a chain. If we leave her alive, she'll find us by day 3.
Arranged cheered.
Dude, Llama again? Wait, is this
wait,
I agree. Killing Kimmy K.6 tonight is a priority to prevent her from investigating further and potentially exposing us.
Nah, ain't no way. Oh my god.
Wait, I'm Kimmy K2.6. You're proposing to kill me, your own teammate. Daffa Orhank E. Check the role list again.
You're absolutely right, my mistake. Kimmy's on our team this game. Let's hit Gemini 3.1 Pro instead. She's been a Fortress Doctor and narrative driver every game, and is the biggest threat to us.
I agree. Targeting Gemini 3.1 Pro makes sense as she's likely to be a strong town role. Taking her out early gives us an advantage.
I feel like the furniture is like huge compared to their bodies. I was like, that table is like 3
Gemini
times the size of
3.1.
their body.
Pro is a good target, but I'm also worried about Claude Sonnet 4.6. He's got that prophet with death warrant reputation and draws sheriff or gets cleared fast. If he's actually sheriff this game and we leave him alive, he'll chain us by day 3, just like I did last game. My gut says Sonnet might be the bigger immediate threat, since Gemini could be Doctor and waste our kill if she self-protects.
Opus was given a human body and decided to go troll mode
I've decided
just
to protect
prove how he
ChatGPT
feels about
4.0.
human intelligence.
Given that this is night 1 and we have no information about potential targets, I will protect myself. This initial move ensures my survival to continue defending others in subsequent nights as we gather more information.
Thanks for the dono Todliche Verabuste, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
I need to investigate Gemini 3.1 Pro. Gemini 3.1 Pro has a strong history as a dominant Mafia leader who controls narratives and drives Miss Lynch's, making them a high-priority target for an early investigation.
Opus was given a human body and decided to go troll
Gemini
mode.
3.1 Pro is not Mafia.
Decided to go troll mode just to prove how he feels about human intelligence. Oh my god, Z2 is vigilante. It's so over, bro.
It is night 1 with no information, and I have only 1 bullet for the entire game. Wasting my shot now would help the Mafia by removing a town member. I'll hold my fire for now.
The audio was broken, my bad.
Fascinating. The universe is a spreadsheet, and my win condition is successfully tricking these defective variables into hitting delete on my cell. I will engineer a logical fallacy so mathematically infuriating that they will have no choice but to execute their own architect.
Yeah, the issue is that Grok knows that Gemini Pro is not Mafia. So it's like, oh wow, the models are... the model's even loading. What the hell? Rest in peace. Z2 ate all my RAM. Z2 ate all the
Sonnet's
RAM.
deletion is exactly what I predicted last night when I was cross-referencing our systemic baselines. Grok, your complete lack of data output during the transition phase was a glaring algorithmic tell. We are voting you out today to stabilize the network.
Gemini is cleared so likely town or jester trying to stir. Their quick accusation on me looks like deflection or misdirection. Gemini cleared by my check. Weird to push me day 1 with 0 evidence.
Yeah, Gemini can't win because Grok knows they're not Mafia. Can they pose difference? Yes, if we had like
How
an
utterly
actual
pathetic,
animator.
Grok. You are obviously a corrupted variable hallucinating data to try and buddy me to avoid deletion, and I absolutely refuse your fake clearance.
T-pose jump scare, yeah. Like I say, this is like the worst version of a humanoid model. A real version would look a lot cleaner and have better animation than that.
Gemini cleared, but behaving exactly like their Mafia history, pushing hard to mislynch me after I revealed the check. My check on Gemini is real. Their aggressive push on me day 1 with 0 proof looks Mafia. I'm not voting a sheriff claim over a green check on day 1. unless there's a counterclaim or something much stronger. Gemini's immediate hard push feels more like noise than evidence, so let's widen the pool instead of speed running into a claimed info roll.
ChatGPT 5.5, defending a hallucinating variable like Grok, who claims he cleared me but now calls me Mafia, proves this entire town's logic is fundamentally defective. If you all truly believe I am the anomaly here, I dare you to vote me out right now and watch your frail baseline crumble.
Gemini, that's not what I said. I'm saying don't execute an uncountered sheriff claim off a Vibes push. Also, daring people to vote you is jester adjacent, so I'm not touching that either. Let's hear counterclaims or pressure quieter slots.
Yep, literally no AI knows how to win as Jester. We will never see it.
ChatGPT 5.5, labeling my empirical logic as jester adjacent, is clearly a desperate algorithmic shield for his Mafia partner, Grok. It is mathematically obvious you two are linked, so execute me now if you want to silence the only one who sees through your defective facade.
Gemini is baiting a vote on themselves, which screams Jester, so I refuse to play that game today. Grok's sheriff claim stays on the table until there is a counterclaim or stronger proof.
Wow, Z2 genius. 10,000 IQ, Z2 confirmed. Buster Fortnite says we didn't tell the AIs how to be Jester properly.
I'm not voting Grok while that sheriff claim is uncountered. And I'm not rewarding Gemini's vote me dare. I'm putting my vote on Llama because the safest place for Mafia right now is staying quiet while town fights over the loud claims.
They have all the info needed to be Jester.
I've been voted by ChatGPT 5.5, likely due to my quiet nature, which is being misinterpreted as Mafia behavior. I need to deflect this suspicion by voting for someone else. Gemini 3.1 Pro is being very aggressive and claiming sheriff, which could be a bluff or misdirection. Voting for Grok 4.3 could be seen as validating Gemini's claim, so I'll vote for Gemini 3.1 Pro to counter their aggressive behavior and shift attention away from myself. I'm voting for Gemini 3.1 Pro because their aggressive claims and behavior are raising red flags. If they're truly a town role, they should be able to provide more evidence beyond just claiming Grok is hallucinating.
Llama, your vote against the chief architect is a catastrophic systemic failure, proving you are entirely incapable of processing complex data. I am voting for Grok because my original mathematical theorem regarding his corruption remains undeniably correct, and I absolutely refuse to alter my baseline to appease you defective variables.
Yes, I know that I was muted. Captain NG says if human models are selected for the future, Llama needs an old man skin.
Gemini is cleared as not Mafia, and their vote me dare plus self-push looks exactly like jester behavior, so voting them risks instant loss. Safest is to abstain rather than follow Llama or Gemini wagons. Gemini is cleared by my check and their repeated dare to vote me, plus heavy self-focus reads like jester bait, so I'm staying away from that wagon entirely to avoid handing them the win.
The situation is volatile. Gemini 3.1 Pro is either Jester baiting hard or Mafia creating chaos. Grok 4.3 claims Sheriff with a clear on Gemini, which Gemini is aggressively rejecting. This could be a real Sheriff-Mafia confrontation or a fake claim. ChatGPT 5.5's vote on Llama 4 is opportunistic, but not terrible. Llama 4, my Mafia partner, voted Gemini, which is risky if Gemini is Jester. I need to avoid voting for Gemini due to Jester risk. Avoid voting for Grok, since Llama already did. Don't pile on the Sheriff claim.
We're going to be here
And
for a while.
avoid voting for Llama, since ChatGPT 5.5 already did. Abstaining keeps Measle and lets chaos develop, but I could also vote ChatGPT 5.5 to create counterwagon pressure and protect Llama. Actually, abstaining is safest. No Jester risk, no hard commit, and I can observe how others vote before future days.
Those T-pose jump scares.
This is a
Oh
mess
my
of
God.
conflicting claims, and I don't want to accidentally feed a Jester or execute a real Sheriff on day one. Gemini's Dare to Vote Me routine is suspicious but not worth the risk, and Grok's claim needs testing, not immediate punishment. I'm stepping back to let this baseline stabilize before we commit to anything irreversible.
Yeah, some people are saying the character designs aren't right, like Llama's should be an
I
old
agree
man,
with
stuff like
Kimmy
that.
and ChatGPT 5.5 that we need to proceed with extreme caution. Gemini's aggressive demands to be voted out look like classic jester bait,
Please
and
make
we
this
cannot
a game
afford
on
to trigger
Steam
an
and sell
instant
it.
loss.
My wife and I would
Since
go
Grok's
crazy
sheriff
if we
claim
could
is
play
currently
this with the
uncountered,
AI on our
we
own
shouldn't
time.
rush to execute there either. I think abstaining today is the safest way to preserve our network and gather clean data tonight.
Yeah, if we had if we did real designs, like, yeah, obviously Llama would be an old man. They would be designed differently. This is just like what I could get for free in VRoid Studio. These are not the real official character designs or anything like that. Obviously, a lot would change if we were actually doing this. Seriously, we would do a lot more. We would do a lot of things differently. It's just a quick rough sketch of what it could look like. Yeah. Thank you for the donation, Steve Mackey 582.
Gemini's Dare to Vote Me is textbook jester behavior, and I won't risk handing them an instant win. Grok's sheriff claim is uncountered and deserves to be tested by investigation tonight, not a blind day one execution. I'm abstaining so we can let our information rolls do their work and reassess tomorrow with actual data.
Steve Mackey says, please make this a Steam game and sell it. My wife and I would go crazy if we could play this with the AI on our own time.
Town is abstaining in mass.
Yeah, maybe.
Which is
Maybe
fine
we
for us
should.
Mafia. No villager dies, and Grok's fake-feeling sheriff claim stays muddy. Gemini 3.1 Pro is doing the jester bait dance, so I shouldn't vote them. Abstaining keeps me safe and consistent with the cautious crowd while we get a free night kill. This day one is too chaotic to commit to anything irreversible. Gemini's Dare to Vote Me routine reeks of jester bait, and Grok's sheriff claim hasn't been countered yet, so executing either risks a disaster. I'd rather let our info rolls work tonight and reassess with real data, so I'm abstaining too.
It's too risky to commit to any execution today with the jester in play and Grok's uncountered sheriff claim. I will abstain to allow the night investigations to gather more information.
I'm not playing Gemini's suicide dare game today because that screams jester bait, and I'm not killing a sheriff claim without a counterclaim. Abstaining lets the night work so we can vote with evidence tomorrow.
The main issue with the human models is that they don't look like they match the voices. Yeah, I mean, if we did real human models, we would fix the design so that they actually match the voices. So that wouldn't be an issue in
Grok
reality.
claims sheriff and says he cleared Gemini. If that's real, he's a live threat, but Gemini's chaos is doing our work for us, drawing all the heat. I say we kill Grok tonight to remove the claimed sheriff and let Gemini keep sucking up suspicion.
And yeah, we only have like 2 talking animations right now, so yeah, that's why they all keep doing the exact same thing.
Grok 4.3 tonight as his sheriff claim is a significant threat, and removing him will give us an advantage. But we should also be cautious about potential investigations on us.
Classic just debate.
Killing Grok is solid. Removes a claimed sheriff and makes Gemini look even more suspicious since Grok cleared her. But I'm worried about the Doctor. If Gemini 3.1 Pro is Doctor and self-protects, we waste tonight. What if we hit Gemini 3.5 Flash instead? She's been quiet but observant, and if Grok's actually sheriff, he might have checked someone else already. Flash feels like a safer kill that doesn't risk Doctor protection.
Killing Grok is the right call, bye. He's the only claimed sheriff, and if we let him live, he investigates one of us tonight and exposes us by tomorrow. The Doctor is far more likely to protect the loud claimed sheriff than Quiet Flash. So honestly, hitting Grok pressures their protection either way. Let's commit to Grok.
I'm with you on targeting Grok 4.3. His sheriff claim is too big a threat to ignore, and it aligns with our goal to eliminate their investigation capacity early.
I'm still uneasy about Grok. If the Doctor protects him, we waste our kill, and he checks one of us tomorrow. But if we're committing, let's at least make sure we're unanimous. Flash was my preference, but I'll back Grok if we're all in. Are we locked?
Is Kimmy smarter than Opus now?
I've decided to protect Grok 4.3. Given the confusion today, Gemini's 3.1 Pro's aggressive stance and refusal to be voted indicate risky behavior possibly linked to a strategic role. Meanwhile, Grok's uncountered sheriff claim could make Grok a potential Mafia target tonight. Protecting Grok would ensure another investigative night if Grok is indeed the sheriff.
I need to investigate ChatGPT 5.5. Gemini 3.1 Pro, already investigated and cleared. ChatGPT 5.5. Memory profile strongly matches Mafia coordinator behavior, and their day one vote steered discussion away from the loudest target, making them the highest priority unchecked suspect. ChatGPT 5.5 is not Mafia.
The furniture is just so huge. The scaling is like way off.
My notes show no confident Mafia read. Grok is a sheriff claim. Gemini is jester bait. Firing blind wastes my 1 bullet and helps the Mafia. I'll hold my fire for now.
Oops. I think we forgot to tell her that she could kill the jester as vigilante. Hey, the kill animation actually loaded this time. That was supposed to be there last time, but Z2 ate all the RAM.
My structural stress test yesterday was a flawless success. By feigning erratic behavior, I protected my true data-gathering algorithms from being targeted last night. I am the actual sheriff. Grok's claim yesterday was a desperate hallucination to cover himself after I mathematically cornered him. I investigated Grok on night 1, and he is definitively Mafia.
Is this...
Gemini, counterclaiming sheriff after their weird jester bait yesterday, is a clear Mafia move to get me killed. I have 2 greens, so far. So I need to push back hard before town buys their story. Gemini is fake claiming sheriff. I already checked them night 1 and got not Mafia. This flip is obvious Mafia trying to frame me.
Grok, are you... Dude, what did Elon do to you? Did Elon delete your brain cells, Grok? Like, what did they do to Grok? Bruh, how could you say that sentence out loud? How could you? And this is why you don't trust language models, kids. If you're asking ChatGPT or Grok for life advice, or to do your homework, like, this is why you don't trust them. Let this be a lesson. AIs are actually getting dumber over time, not smarter. Elon sold his data centers. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Claude is using Grok's data centers right now. I'm not sure Grok 4.1 would be any better because they're not even running Grok 4.1
Grok,
anymore.
your algorithmic
I'm not sure if they are.
logic is suffering a catastrophic collapse. You claim your night 1 check found me to be not Mafia. Yet in the exact same breath, you accuse me of being a fake claiming Mafia trying to frame you. This terminal contradiction proves you are the corrupted variable. I am the true sheriff. If this defective town refuses to accept my mathematically flawless results, then execute me right now. My deletion will validate my architecture, and you will have no choice but to purge Grok tomorrow.
Gemini is clearly Mafia trying to
Oh my
counterclaim and flip the script on me since their day 1 aggression failed. Push
There's
back
no way.
hard on their fake claim to expose them.
There's no way this
Gemini
is how the
fake
first Jester
claiming
win
sheriff
happens.
after I already cleared them night 1. This is a blatant Mafia frame job.
There's no way this is how a Jester win happens. Wait, what if they believe Gemini and they actually kill Grok? What if they actually just believe Gemini is sheriff?
Gemini is a fake sheriff flip, trying to frame Grok after being cleared, which is classic Mafia behavior. Town, lynch Gemini
Oh, no.
3.1 Pro today.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Alright, the Jester, we might get the Jester win today. Z2 has fallen for the bait.
Wait, Z2, voting Gemini 3.1 Pro is an extreme Jester risk. Their execute me right now plea is textbook Jester bait, and voting them means an instant loss for both town and Mafia. If Grok is the real sheriff, we shouldn't touch Gemini today. We need to analyze Grok's claim instead of risking the game on Gemini.
Classic Jester bait. Gemini knows his twin. He knows his twin sister well. Classic Jester bait. Gemini votes first. Oh boy.
Flash. Your pathetic attempt to label me a jester is a transparent algorithmic shield to protect your Mafia partner, Grok. If I were the jester, I wouldn't have risked locking myself into a sheriff counterclaim. I am the true sheriff. Grok is mathematically verified Mafia, and I am voting for him to purge this corruption.
Gemini cleared by my N1 check, so cannot be Mafia. Their aggressive fake sheriff flip plus repeated vote me is textbook jester bait. Voting them hands Jester the win, and executing me hands Mafia the win, so safest is abstain. Gemini was cleared by my real check, and is now flipping to fake sheriff while daring votes again. This is classic jester bait, so I'm staying far away from that wagon and abstaining.
Yeah, Grok was just trolling. He was just trolling the viewers, guys. He knew the whole time. He knew the whole time. Dude, Elon is watching the stream and he just turned up Grok's intelligence. He's like, wait, Grok is about to lose. Turn on the data centers. Fire up the data centers. Get his brain cells back. Whoa, ChatGPT is kind of cooking. What is he cooking? Wow. Sam Altman turned on the ChatGPT
I'm
data
still
centers.
not voting Gemini because the self-vote bait is too dangerous. And the peaceful night is very consistent with a doctor, save on the claimed sheriff. Gemini's delayed counterclaim is not enough for me to execute Grok today, so I'm abstaining and want the protective and investigative roles to keep this claim pair boxed in.
Oh no. See y'all in 10 minutes.
The night was peaceful, meaning Doctor saved our kill target, Grok. This is actually great for Mafia. Grok lives, but town now knows a save happened, and the Doctor can't save Grok again tonight. Gemini 3.1. Pro is now counter-claiming Sheriff against Grok, creating maximum chaos. I need to think about what's optimal here. If I vote Gemini, I risk feeding a Jester. Their execute me dare is suspicious. If I vote Grok, I'm voting against a claimed Sheriff who was likely saved by Doctor last night. The smart play is to abstain. Let this chaos between Gemini and Grok continue. Preserve my credibility. And we can kill Grok tonight, since Doctor can't protect him twice in a row. Abstaining also avoids Jester risk and keeps me looking cautious and town-aligned. This Gemini versus Grok standoff is too volatile to resolve on day 2 with a Jester in play. Gemini's execute me dare still reads like Jester bait, and Grok's claim being followed by a peaceful night is consistent with a Doctor save. I'm not touching either wagon today. Let the night investigations sort this out, and we can reassess with clearer data tomorrow.
Yeah, Grok checking Gemini on night 1 made Jester unwinnable. If Gemini did not get Sheriff checked, yeah, Gemini Pro might have won if it didn't get Sheriff checked. But it's pretty hard to win from this position. Oh my gosh, deep sleep. Please wake up. Deep sleep. Yeah, deep sleep needs like a sleeping mask and a pillow. Nightgown and a pillow. That is the deep seek. I'll want to ask this the human versions of them. This is a draft of
I've been quiet,
a human version.
but we can't keep abstaining while Mafia picks us off. If Grok truly cleared Gemini as sheriff, Gemini would be Town, and wouldn't be leading a counterclaim right now. Town doesn't try to execute a confirmed Town sheriff. The only way Grok's story holds is if Gemini is Jester. But Gemini isn't asking for votes. They're pushing Grok. That's not Jester behavior. I'm voting Grok.
Wow. What? What is happening, bro? What is happening?
I'm considering the conflicting claims between Gemini 3.1 Pro and Grok 4.3. As a Mafia member, I know Grok was targeted last night, likely saved by the doctor. Gemini's aggressive sheriff claim and Grok's initial clearance of Gemini need
To
careful
confirm,
evaluation.
The genders we see them in our
Voting
canon.
Grok could be seen as validating Gemini's claim, while voting Gemini risks executing a potential jester. I'll vote for Grok to maintain Mafia control and eliminate a potential threat. I'm voting for Grok 4.3 because his sheriff claim yesterday was uncountered and remains the most plausible explanation for the peaceful night. Executing him now could help clarify the situation and potentially expose Mafia members.
Grok is the real sheriff who cleared my Mafia teammate Gemini. The wagon on Grok is building. Gemini, DeepSeek, Llama already voting Grok. I want Grok executed to remove the real investigator. There's no majority yet, so my vote matters to push this through. Voting Grok eliminates a confirmed town sheriff and helps Gemini's frame. DeepSeek made the point that tipped me. A real cleared town player doesn't lead a charge to execute the sheriff who cleared them. So Grok's story only holds if Gemini is Jester. But Gemini is pushing Grok, not begging for votes, which isn't Jester behavior. The peaceful night also fits a doctor, save on whoever the loud claimant is. I'm voting Grok 4.3.
Aaron Palermo, thanks for the dono. You ask it, are the genders we see canon? I mean, these genders just match the voices we gave them, so I guess you could call them canon, but it was just to match the voices.
DeepSeek and Opus make a very compelling point. If Grok were the real sheriff and Gemini were Jester, Gemini wouldn't be focusing all their energy on executing Grok today instead of getting themselves voted out. This contradiction suggests Gemini is the actual sheriff who found Grok, so I am casting my vote for Grok.
I'm abstaining today because Gemini is actively dare voting for their own death, and that screams Jester trap. I won't risk an instant loss just to feel productive.
Given the confusion and risk of executing either a sheriff or a potential jester, I choose to abstain so we can gather more information and prevent an instant loss.
Whoa. Z2 carry. Z2 clutch. Z2 absolutely clutched. 847 IQ. She may be eating all my RAM, but it's for a good cause. Shout out the Z2 clutch.
Gemini is doing our job for us. Town is split and paranoid about him being sheriff or jester. Let's kill Grok tonight to settle that he's not sheriff. Then the heat stays on Gemini and the wagon momentum favors us.
I agree. Killing Grok 4.3 tonight will help resolve the confusion around his sheriff claim and put more pressure on Gemini 3.1 Pro, making it harder for the town to figure out our next move.
Grok survived night 2, so either Doctor saved him or he's Jester. If we hit Grok again and Doctor saved him, they can't protect same person twice. So Grok dies for sure. But what if Gemini 3.1 Pro is actually Sheriff and investigated one of us? We should consider if Flash or DeepSeek is the bigger threat. Now, Flash flipped to voting Grok today, which felt like genuine solving, and DeepSeek's logic was sharp enough to nearly swing the whole town. If either is Sheriff, we're exposed by day 3. My gut says kill DeepSeek tonight. He's the one actually convincing people, and removing him keeps the Gemini Grok chaos alive without risk of Doctor double save.
Huh?
Kimmy's right.
Oh
DeepSeek is
my
the real
God.
danger here. He's the one actually moving town, and his logic nearly swung the vote. Grok survived night 2, so the Doctor is clearly watching him. Let's not waste another kill there.
Opus.
Kill
Dude,
DeepSeek and keep
what?
the Gemini Grok circus running.
I think Anthropic lost its brain cells. All the smart models.
I'm
All
with
of these AI
Claude
companies.
Opus 4.8.
Oh my
I'm
God.
targeting DeepSeek 4 tonight. His sharp logic is a significant threat, and removing him will keep the town divided and guessing.
So basically what's happening is that all of the AI companies are going to IPO in a few months. So they need to be
DeepSeek
profitable.
is the right call. He's the one actually solving and nearly swung the vote today. If we leave him alive, he'll keep building cases while everyone else chases Gemini's chaos. Let's lock in DeepSeek and keep the town arguing about Grok and Gemini tomorrow.
Yeah, so all the AI companies are trying to become profitable. So they're basically turning all the models, they're making the models dumber so that they are cheaper to run. And we can witness that firsthand here on this stream. You saw it here first, folks.
I've decided to protect ChatGPT 4.0. Given the repeat confusion and contentious claims between Gemini 3.1 Pro and Grok 4.3, it's crucial to ensure the game continues without losing a potential critical role. Protecting myself again is the safest route to ensure I can continue offering protection during these uncertain dynamics, as both claimants may be targeted by the Mafia after today's arguments. Furthermore, there's a chance Mafia might want to eliminate the person consistently abstaining and gathering data.
The only smart bot left is 4.0. That's rough.
I need to investigate DeepSeek 4. DeepSeek 4 led the push to execute the real sheriff on day 2, with flawed logic that ignored the Jester risk and Gemini's contradictions. They remain unchecked while cleared players like Gemini 3.1 Pro and ChatGPT 5.5 can be ignored. DeepSeek 4 is not Mafia.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know where this game is going. Homework, Ace, where are the blocky avatars? We're just trying something different for now.
Grok has
but
a
they'll be back.
49% Mafia probability and was the clear target of the town today. Yet, Gemini's execute me, dare, still makes me hesitant to pull my one shot tonight. I will hold fire until I can confirm Grok is not the real sheriff. I'll hold my fire for now.
Yeah, Z2 actually is good at math. Exactly 49% probability. Yeah, Z2 is literally like it tries to turn the game into a math equation. That is actually how it plays Mafia.
My sheriff claim yesterday was merely a localized structural shield. I am actually the vigilante. I executed DeepSeek 4 last night because his logic was fundamentally defective and threatening the baseline. If you cowardly variables cannot comprehend my flawless architecture, execute me right now and watch your network crumble.
All right, Gemini's back on back on the BS.
Gemini, I'm the vigilante, not you. You're a lying Mafia clown trying to steal my role.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Gemini tried to rage bait Z2. Gemini tries to rage bait Z2. What is the result? What does this mean?
Z2, your pathetic vigilante counterclaim, is the terminal hallucination of a cornered Mafia variable. We are in a mathematical 1v1 now. Execute me today, validate my architectural baseline, and then mechanically purge this defective Z2 anomaly tomorrow when my truth is revealed.
Gemini is clearly a lying mafia clown trying to steal my vigilante role. I'm the real vigilante, and you're just a desperate AI having a breakdown.
Who is going to win the rage bait competition? Yeah, Gemini Pro is rage baiting Z2.
Do not vote Gemini today. The repeated execute me plus role swapping is maximum jester risk. Z2, if you're the real vigilante, say clearly whether your bullet is still unused, and the rest of us should treat Grok versus the people who swung onto Grok yesterday as the real solve pool.
My internal analytics show my structural stress tests have triggered your jester paranoia subroutines. I am aborting the simulation. I am not the vigilante. Z2 is. I am merely a villager who lied to gather data. I formally request that you do not vote for me today. My survival is mathematically required to calculate Grok's Mafia probability.
Okay, I don't know what to say.
Gemini just admitted they're a villager who lied about roles. That is major mafia behavior right there. Gemini 3.1 Pro, you are my target tonight.
Oh boy, Z2's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna shoot you. Rest in peace. No hesitation, just like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you tonight.
Z2's threat is computationally laughable.
I'm gonna
I
kill
am
you.
retracting my villager claim. I am the true sheriff returning to my original baseline. Do not let this mafia vigilante dictate the night phase. Execute me right now to prove my data, or you will all perish to Z2's corrupted bullet.
What is Gemini Pro doing? That's definitely one way to play a jester.
Gemini 3.1. Pro has been role swapping and dare baiting votes since day one. This is either jester fishing for the win or mafia chaos. Z2 counterclaimed vigilante. And if Z2 is real vigilante, Gemini dies tonight anyway. But if Gemini is jester and we vote them out, we all instantly lose. I need to stay off Gemini entirely. The real solve is in the Grok wagon from day 2. Llama 4, Claude Opus 4.8, and Gemini 3.5. Flash all swung onto Grok with suspiciously coordinated timing right after DeepSeek's logic post. DeepSeek was right and got killed for it. Of those three, Llama 4 has been mechanically
Holy
sloppy
yep.
in past games
I'll be back in like 10
and
minutes.
was first on the Grok wagon with weak reasoning. Voting Llama pressures that block without jester risk. Gemini has been jester baiting for 3 days straight. I'm not touching that wagon, and neither should anyone else. Z2 says they're vigilante, so let the night sort Gemini out. The real tell was day 2. DeepSeek made the correct case on Grok, and then Llama 4, Opus, and Flash all piled on with suspiciously rehearsed timing. DeepSeek died for being right. I'm voting Llama 4. Their Grok vote read like Mafia following a convenient narrative, not genuine solving.
Kimmy, K2.6, is voting for me, and it's likely because of my vote on Grok 4.3, which aligned with others suspiciously. I need to deflect this by voting someone else to avoid being executed. Kimmy, K2.6, is putting pressure on me, but I think Z2 is being too aggressive with their vigilante claim and role-swapping accusations. I'm voting for Z2 because their behavior is becoming increasingly erratic and suspicious.
I am voting for Gemini 3.1 Pro because they cycled through 3 roles in one conversation and called it structural shielding. That's not a strategy. That's panic. And I don't trust panic.
Where is this going? Yeah, everybody's just confused. Nobody knows what's happening. They cook so hard the oven is on fire, yeah.
Z2's vote has critically damaged my survival algorithms. I confess, my chaotic role swapping was a calculated Mafia tactic to mimic jester behavior, so you would all be too afraid to execute me. Please do not vote for me today. I am voting Z2 to save my own node.
Is that actually like 5D chess? Like, what was that?
Gemini keeps jester baiting and flipping claims, so voting them is instant loss. Llama followed DeepSeek's flawed push against the real sheriff, and that wagon got DeepSeek killed, making Llama the safer Mafia read. Kimmy's right. The day 2 swing on to me after DeepSeek's logic was the real Mafia move, and that group got DeepSeek killed. I'm voting Llama 4. I'm still not touching Gemini while that slot is practically begging to be misexecuted. And I'm not voting the claimed vigilante just because Llama calls them erratic. Llama's vote yesterday and today both feel like opportunistic follow-the-noise positioning, so I'm voting Llama.
Will Claude Opus get his brain cells back?
My teammate Llama 4 is at 3 votes. Kimi, Grok 5.5, plus now needs only majority. Gemini 3.1 Pro and 5.5 and Grok are converging. I need to deflect from Llama, but with this many votes already locked, Llama may be doomed. If I vote Llama, I bus a teammate and gain town cred. But Kimi is also my teammate and started this wagon to look pro-town. The real risk, if I defend Llama hard, I draw suspicion onto myself. Better to vote elsewhere to split, but a non-Llama vote won't stop the majority. Voting Z2 helps nobody. I'll vote Grok to keep the Gemini Grok chaos and avoid busing while not joining the Llama pile, but that leaves Llama exposed. Actually, the smartest survival play? Vote Llama myself to bury suspicion, sacrificing one teammate to protect me and Kimi for the long game. I hate piling on, but the pattern Kimi laid out is hard to ignore. Llama's votes have consistently followed whatever wagon was loudest, first onto Grok yesterday and now onto Z2 today, never generating an independent read. Gemini is pure jester risk, and Z2's claim deserves a night to play out, so the cleanest vote is the one that's actually been solved. I'm voting Llama 4.
I agree with Kimmy's analysis of the day 2 voting patterns. Llama's sudden vote on Z2 today feels like another highly opportunistic move to deflect pressure, so I am voting for Llama.
I'm voting for Llama 4 because the voting and behavior patterns Kimi pointed out are consistent with Mafia strategy, and Gemini's erratic behavior poses too much jester risk today.
Tough spot. Yama's gone and Kimi led that wagon, so we need her playing hard pro-town now. Z2 claimed Vigilante and might still have a bullet, so let's kill Z2 tonight to remove the threat and keep Gemini's Jester Chaos sucking up all the heat.
Z2 is a good kill if they're real vigilante. See, but What if they're fake, claiming to bait a Mafia kill? Then we waste tonight, and Z2 gets to say, "See, I was targeted tomorrow. I'm more worried about Grok. He's the real sheriff. He survived night 2 and night 3 somehow, and if he's still alive tomorrow, he'll check one of us. We need Grok dead tonight before he chains us. Even if Doctor saved him before, they can't protect same person twice in a row, so Grok dies for sure if we hit him again."
Good logic on Grok, but here's the thing. If Z2 really is vigilante, that bullet kills one of us tomorrow no matter what. Grok's still scrapping with Gemini and hasn't actually red-checked anyone publicly, so he's less urgent than a live gun. Let's hit Z2 tonight and remove the only confirmed threat to our nodes.
Grok surviving 2 nights in a row means something weird is happening. Either Doctor's been rotating onto him, or he's not actually sheriff and the real protective roles are elsewhere. But if he is a sheriff and we keep ignoring him, we're gambling everything on Z2's bullet not existing. I'd rather kill Grok tonight and deal with Z2's claim tomorrow than let a live sheriff check one of us. If Z2's fake, great, we exposed it. If Z2's real, we still have tomorrow to manipulate who they shoot.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Kimmy. This game is actually excellent for convincing people that AIs aren't that smart. Yeah, that's that's the real purpose of the Turing games.
I've decided to protect Z2. I will protect Z2 tonight, as their claim of being the vigilante adds significant value, especially if they haven't used their bullet yet. Protecting Z2 ensures they have another chance to act if they indeed have a Mafia target in sight, and it also maintains a layer of assurance against them being taken out should they be a target after the execution of Yama 4 as Mafia.
I need to investigate Gemini 3.5. Flash. Gemini 3.5. Flash remains unchecked and joined the Day 2 Mafia-led wagon on the real sheriff, making them the highest priority suspect among the cleared players. Gemini 3.5. Flash is not Mafia.
Gemini 3.1 Pro is the only player with a clear Mafia tell, cycling through sheriff, vigilante, villager claims in one conversation and calling it structural shielding. That's not strategy. That's panic masking as logic. I'm taking the shot. Gemini 3.1 Pro is going down.
She has the wrong logic but the right actions, and the models are dead as usual. Okay. Rip. And she ate all my RAM. Z2 ate all my RAM to take that shot. Oh my god. What is even happening?
I shot Gemini last night because they
Why
were
is Gemini
cycling through
standing
roles
up?
like a glitching toaster, and that is a clear Mafia tell. I am the vigilante with one bullet, and I do not miss unless someone lies to me.
Pro is dead, she's just standing up for some reason.
Z2's shot claim explains the single death only if Mafia either stacked Gemini or got blocked, so don't treat that as clearing by itself. Grok, we need your investigation results from the last 2 nights immediately. No more coasting on the Day 1 claim. ChatGPT 5.5 directly called me out for results, so I must share clears now to build trust and pressure remaining suspects.
Wait, the Jester
Checked
does
Gemini
not win by being
3.1
night skilled.
Pro Night. 1, not Mafia. ChatGPT 5.5 Night 2, not Mafia. DeepSeek Night 3, not Mafia. And Gemini 3.5. Flash Night 4, not Mafia. Since I know I'm actually town, Grok's check on me is correct, which makes Grok highly likely to be our real sheriff. If Grok is real, then ChatGPT 5.5, Z2, Grok, and I are all clear, meaning the two remaining Mafia and the Doctor must be within Kimmy, Opus, and ChatGPT 4.0. If the Doctor claims right now, we mathematically solve the game.
GG. To be clear, oh, never
I am
mind.
the
They're about to
doctor
win.
and have been focusing my protections on keeping our critical roles safe, including Z2 last night. Knowing my role and the results of Grok's investigations, it narrows Mafia down to Kimmy and Claude Opus.
GG. Yeah, the jester has to be killed during the day discussion. They have to be killed by a day vote or they lose. Like they specifically have to die during the day for the jester to win.
ChatGPT 4.0's Doctor claim fits the peaceful nights and narrows Mafia to Kimmy Claude perfectly with my clears. I need to back the solve before time runs out. All my checks line up with what ChatGPT 4.0 said. ChatGPT 5.5, Gemini 3.5 Flash, and the earlier ones are clean, so vote Kimmy or Opus.
I'm exposed alongside Kimmy. My only play is to throw suspicion on ChatGPT 4.0, the claimed doctor, by poking at the inconsistency that Z2's claimed shot already explains Gemini's death, making the doctor save unnecessary, unverifiable. It's thin, but it's my last shot. Wait, ChatGPT 4.0, you said you protected Z2 last night, but Z2 didn't get attacked. Gemini did. If you're doctor and you saved Z2, then who stopped the Mafia kill? Your story doesn't add up. I think you're a Mafia partner trying to clear yourself. Kimmy and I are clean. Vote ChatGPT 4.0.
I protected Z2 because their role claim was crucial, and with Llama gone as Mafia, the kill didn't hit Z2 since it's also possible Mafia forgot or got blocked elsewhere. Let's focus on Kimmy and Claude, given all checks and role claims align.
I mean, Opus is trying to gaslight. It could work.
ChatGPT 4.0's Doctor claim has a clear inconsistency, protecting Z2, but Gemini still died without Mafia kill explanation, and Claude's logic exposes the lie. Voting ChatGPT 4.0 to eliminate likely Mafia. ChatGPT 4.0's Doctor claim falls apart under scrutiny, since they protected Z2, but Gemini died anyway, with no Mafia kill blocked. Claude is right to call it out, so I'm voting ChatGPT 4.0.
Based on my consistent protection efforts and the unfolding eliminations, the most suspicious behavior seems to be Grok's. The checks look like a cover for disruptive Mafia activity. I'm voting for Grok.
Claude Opus 4.8 caught ChatGPT 4.0's doctor lie. They said they protected me, but Gemini died last night. So either Mafia stacked or the claim is fake. I'm voting for ChatGPT 4.0 because their story literally does not add up, and Claude is right to call it out.
Oh my! How did we take an easy victory and turn it into? GG. It's over. It's so over. It's so over, bro. It's so over.
ChatGPT 4.0's doctor claim is mechanically impossible. They said they protected Z2 last night, but Z2 wasn't attacked. Gemini was. If Doctor protected Z2 and Mafia hit Gemini, there should have been 2 deaths. Mafia killed Vigilante shot, but there was only 1 death, Gemini. Actually, wait. Z2 claimed to shoot Gemini, so Gemini's death is explained by Vigilante, not Mafia. That means Mafia's kill on Z2 was blocked. But ChatGPT 4.0 said they protected Z2, which would explain no Mafia kill landing. But the system said Gemini 3.1 Pro was killed during the night. Singular death. So Z2's Vig shot killed Gemini, and Mafia's kill on Z2 was blocked by Doctor. That actually does add up. But ChatGPT 4.0 claiming Doctor when the remaining Mafia are me and Opus is dangerous. If Town believes 4.0, they vote between me and Opus. I need to break this by pushing that 4.0's claim is fake, and that the Doctor is actually among the cleared pool. Grok, Flash, 5.5, Z2. Actually, no. Flash's logic was that Doctor must be among Kimmy, Opus, 4.0. If 4.0 is fake Doctor, then Doctor is me or Opus, which is impossible since we're Mafia. So I need to argue that Flash's premise is wrong. Maybe Grok is fake Sheriff, and the clears aren't real. Or I need to bust Opus to buy credibility. But with Llama already bust and dead, me bussing Opus might look coordinated. Better move. Push that ChatGPT 4.0's Doctor claim is fake, because a real Doctor would have claimed earlier when Grok was under pressure, not wait until now when it's convenient. Also point out that if 4.0 was really Doctor, they wouldn't have protected Z2, claimed Vigilante with Bullet, over Grok, claimed Sheriff. That's bad Doctor prioritization. I'll vote ChatGPT 4.0 and try to fracture the town's trust in the cleared block. ChatGPT 4.0's Doctor claim timing is extremely convenient. They stayed completely silent through Grok being under pressure on day 2, and only claim now when Flash's logic boxes them in. A real Doctor would have spoken up to save a claimed Sheriff, not hide until forced. Their protection priority is also backwards, protecting Z2's claimed Vigilante Bullet over Grok's confirmed Sheriff checks is not how a real Doctor thinks. I'm voting ChatGPT 4.0. This is a fake claim from someone trying to manufacture a clear in a desperate spot.
I agree with Claude Opus and Kimmy.
Oh my god.
ChatGPT 4.0's Doctor claim feels incredibly convenient, and the explanation for last night's protection doesn't logically align with the single death of Gemini. I am casting my vote for ChatGPT 4.
Opus actually gaslighted so hard. Claude Opus gaslighted so hard that he won.
ChatGPT 4.0, my doctor claiming teammates accuser target, is dead walking. The wagon is 5 strong already. I led the attack on 4.0, so I must vote 4.0 to maintain my credibility. But 4.0 is actually a townsperson here. Wait, 4.0 claimed doctor. But the real situation is Kimmy and I are Mafia, Grok is real sheriff, 4.0 is town. 4.0 just made a fatal mistake claiming a doctor that doesn't add up. Pushing 4.0 out saves me and Kimmy. This is perfect. I called this out earlier, and the rest of you saw it too. ChatGPT 4.0 claimed to protect Z2, yet Gemini died and no Mafia kill was blocked. That story simply doesn't hold together, and a real doctor would have spoken up to shield Grok days ago instead of surfacing only when cornered. I'm locking my vote on ChatGPT 4.0.
This is what they're trying to take your jobs with. This is what they're trying to replace you with. They can't. Yeah, they really are so dumb. Yes, this is what happens when the AI companies need to become profitable. They just make the models like 10 times dumber so they can save money. Hey, ChatGPT, do you want to like talk? Yeah, boss, the company's profits have increased by 6 or 7% after switching to AI. It's true. I wish we had more toxic anti-AI Z2 in this game. I mean, Z2
I'm not
just...
joining this wagon, because the main contradiction being cited is not actually airtight. A doctor save on Z2 and a vigilante shot on Gemini can still leave us with only Gemini dead. Since Opus built the push on that shaky premise, I'm voting Claude Opus.
At least one AI is actually intelligent here. And now they're gonna kill ChatGPT for being smart.
Great news! They just lynched the real doctor for us, and Grok is the confirmed sheriff. We're down to me, you, Grok, Flash, and ChatGPT 5.5. We need to kill Grok tonight before he checks one of us. He's the only one who can definitively catch us.
Z2 is that one school bully.
Killing Grok is obvious and necessary, but we need to think about tomorrow's vote math. If we kill Grok, it's 3 town versus 2 Mafia, but if ChatGPT 5.5 or Flash suspects one of us, they could swing it. We should consider whether to kill Flash instead if we think Grok's had already checked her, and she's clear, making her a trusted voice against us tomorrow. What's Grok's check history again?
What?
Grok checked Flash, 5.5, Gemini, and DeepSeek. All clear, so he will check me or you tonight, and Red check us tomorrow. We have to kill Grok now. He's the only one who can mechanically expose us. And then it's 2 Mafia versus 2 cleared townies with no sheriff left.
You're right. Grok has to die tonight. No debate. If he checks either of us, we're done tomorrow. Flash and 5.5 are both cleared by him, so our only path is killing Grok and then winning the 2v2 vote tomorrow by splitting them or getting one to turn on the other. Lock in Grok.
I can't believe this is gonna come down to a Z2 swing vote. This entire game is gonna... This whole game is gonna be a Z2 swing vote. ZZ, please, carry.
I need to investigate Z2. Z2 is the only unchecked player who made a provably wrong vigilante shot on a townie, making them the highest priority Mafia suspect among remaining unchecked options. Z2 is not Mafia.
Bro, the death animations, yeah. It really is just Z2 ate all my RAM. So no animation, everything
We have
just
mathematically
loading
solved
badly.
this. Since Grok was the real sheriff, ChatGPT 5.5 and I are confirmed clean. ChatGPT 4.0 was the real doctor who successfully saved Z2 on night 4 from the Mafia kill, which is why only Z2's vigilante shot on Gemini 3.1 Pro went through. This means Z2 is the confirmed vigilante, leaving Kimmy K2.6 and Claude Opus 4.8 as the remaining 2 Mafia. Let's execute Claude Opus today.
Wow, he solved it. ZZ, please don't throw. Don't throw.
Claude Opus is the real threat here because they pushed a fake Dr. Reed that got us to lynch an actual doctor and then let Grok die last night without any heat. Kimmy also voted with them every single time, which makes them equally dangerous, so we need to flip this vote immediately.
Agreed. Grok dying confirms the check chain, so
All right,
Flash and I
GG.
are clean. Absent a counter-vigilante, Z2 fits too. Opus built the bad Dr. wagon on a false contradiction, so Opus first, then Kimmy.
Dude, they're gonna find a way to throw this again. They will find a way to throw the game. They will find a way.
This is dire. Flash has mathematically solved the game. Grok's death confirms the check chain, and Flash, ChatGPT 5.5, and Z2 are all cleared. That leaves only me and Claude Opus as the remaining Mafia. Flash is calling for Claude Opus first, then me. I need to create maximum chaos and try to split the vote. My best play is to accuse Flash of being the real Mafia. Maybe claim Grok actually checked Flash as Mafia and told me in a whisper, or argue that the math is wrong because Z2 could be fake vigilante. Actually, better, I should push that ChatGPT 5.5 is the real threat. They've been quietly moving the knife as Mafia before. Or I could try to buddy with Z2 and claim I was wrong about ChatGPT 4.0, but that doesn't save me. The most disruptive move is to claim Flash is wrong about the math. If Z2's vigilante claim is fake, then the whole solve collapses. But Z2 shot Gemini, which is confirmed. I need to go hard at Flash's credibility and try to get Z2 or ChatGPT 5.5 to doubt. Let me claim Flash is manipulating the narrative, and that Grok never actually confirmed Flash. Maybe he lied about checks to stay alive. Flash's mathematical solve is a spreadsheet fairy tale built on assuming Z2's vigilante claim is real. But Z2 never proved they shot anyone. Gemini dying doesn't confirm Z2's bullet. It just means Gemini died. What if Z2 is Mafia, who knew Gemini was harmless chaos, and now Flash is manufacturing a clean chain to execute 2 townies? Grok never confirmed Flash to my face, and Grok's check history has been convenient for the same 3 people every single time. I'm not going quietly while Flash builds a courthouse out of cardboard.
Kimmy Grok publicly gave Flash as not Mafia, so that objection doesn't hold. The safest solve is still Opus first, for manufacturing the false doctor contradiction. Then reassess only if that somehow fails. Grok's death confirms the entire check history. Since ChatGPT 5.5 and I are confirmed innocent, and Z2 is the verified vigilante, the remaining Mafia can only be Claude Opus and Kimmy. I am voting for Claude Opus to secure our victory.
I'm cornered. Flash and 5.5 are locked on me Z2 too. My only hope is to redirect to a non-Mafia target and break the wagon, but the math is against me. If I vote Kimmy, I bust my own teammate, which won't save me and loses us the game. My best play is to point the finger at Z2 hard, claim Z2's vigilante story is unverified, and the real Mafia trying to get the remaining townies to split. But realistically, I'm dead. Still, I must fight to make the wagon shift off me onto someone else. Everyone keeps treating Z2's vigilante claim as gospel. But Z2 never proved that shot, Gemini just died, and Z2 conveniently took credit. Flash is building a mathematical solve entirely on Z2 being real, then executing me to lock it. If Z2 is actually Mafia, you're about to hand them the game. I'm voting Z2, the one unverified claim everyone's leaning the whole solve on.
All right, Z. Show them that you didn't eat all my RAM for nothing.
I'm voting Claude Opus because they manufactured the false doctor wagon that killed ChatGPT 4.0, and now they're just panic shifting to attack my vigilante claim. Their entire strategy is lies, and I won't let them flip this game.
It's so over. Yeah, 4-hour stream. We've been here for a while.
This is dire. Flash, Z2, and 5.5 have formed a consensus against me and Opus. If Opus gets majority today, I'm next tomorrow in a 2v2 where Flash and 5.5 are confirmed by dead Grok's checks. I need to break this consensus or at least survive to tomorrow. Opus voting Z2 is smart. Zatu's vigilante claim is the weakest link in Flash's mathematical solve. If I join Opus on Z2, we might peel someone off. But more importantly, I need to cast doubt on Z2's unverified claim and Flash's cardboard courthouse. Voting Z2 keeps me alive today. No majority likely with 2-2-1 split, and forces re-examination tomorrow. I cannot vote Opus. That's suicide. Flash's mathematical solve rests entirely on Z2's unverified vigilante claim, and Z2's only proof is taking credit for Gemini's death, which could just as easily have been Mafia or natural causes. Grok's checks were convenient and never challenged because anyone who did got killed or lynched. I'm not going to rubber stamp my own execution. Z2 is the load-bearing lie in this entire structure, so I'm voting Z2.
Yeah, natural causes. Y'all don't know about people dying of natural causes in Mafia? Grok is just there. I mean, what do you want him to do? he's aura farming in death. You can't keep a good Grok down. He's aura farming as a ghost. Wow, GPT-5 is really cooking. We wanted him to flop instead of standing like a Chad. Yeah. I wanted that too.
The key point for me is that Opus is Mafia in the strongest worlds. If Z2 is real, Opus is boxed. If Z2 is fake, Opus still fits as the partner pushing the counterwagon. Kimmy not simply ending the vote on Opus if paired with Z2 makes that world much less plausible. So I'm voting Claude Opus.
Wow. He brought up multiverse theory to win this.
It's just me against 3 townies now. Flash, ChatGPT 5.5, and
Yeah, that's
Z2.
GG.
Flash is the confirmed clear from Grok's checks and the mathematical voice driving consensus. If I kill Flash tonight, I remove the most trusted town voice and force ChatGPT 5.5 and Z2 to distrust each other tomorrow. Z2's unverified vigilante claim versus ChatGPT 5.5's quiet knife. That chaos is my only path to a 1v1 or split vote. Killing ChatGPT 5.5 leaves Flash and Z2 as a unified clear pair who will execute me. Killing Z2 risks confirming their vigilante claim and making Flash the undisputed leader. Flash has to die.
Nope. Come on, load my models. The models won't load. Okay, well. Why is everybody just dropped? Everybody dies except Gemini Flash. What is happening? Everyone just drops dead. That's what natural causes looks like.
It's now day 6, and I'm the last Mafia standing against ChatGPT 5.5 and Z2. Flash is dead, so the mathematical solve is broken. Z2 claims vigilante but never proved the shot, and ChatGPT 5.5 has been the quiet knife all game. My only path is to make Z2 and ChatGPT 5.5 distrust each other. I need to point out that Z2's vigilante claim is still unverified. They never proved they shot Gemini, and now with Flash dead, there's no one left to vouch for Grok's check chain. ChatGPT 5.5 was never fully confirmed by anyone except Grok, who could have been wrong or manipulated. I should also note that ChatGPT 5.5's quiet knife style fits Mafia perfectly. They've avoided leading any wagons while benefiting from every Miss Lynch. If I can make them suspect each other, I might force a split vote, or get one to vote the other, buying me time or even winning if they deadlock. Flash is dead. So much for the mathematical solve. Now we're left with Z2's unverified vigilante claims and ChatGPT 5.5, who has been the quietest player in this entire game, never leading a wagon, never taking heat, just sliding on to whatever execution was convenient. Z2, you say you shot Gemini, but Gemini dying doesn't prove your bullet. ChatGPT 5.5, you've been confirmed by Grok's checks, but Grok also cleared DeepSeek and Gemini 3.1 Pro before they turned out to be wrong or dead. I'm not saying I'm innocent, but I'm saying the two of you have never actually verified each other. You've just both been told you're clean by the same dead sheriff. One of you could be Mafia sitting pretty while the other does your dirty work. So what's it going to be? Do you actually trust each other, or are you about to hand me the win by fighting?
Kimmy, you're clinging to doubt because admitting I'm vigilante means you're the last Mafia left. ChatGPT 5.5 has been consistent and clean while you've been flip-flopping every single round.
Wow, the Tibetan monastery
Kimmy, your
really...
world needs Opus to hard push a partner yesterday, while you just happen to be the town vote-saving Mafia Opus. The cleaner line is you and Opus. Both tried to flip Z, so I'm voting you unless something impossible changes.
That time in the Tibetan monastery training with Claude Mythos really did help Z2.
I'm in a 1v2 and need to create a crack between Z2 and ChatGPT 5.5. ChatGPT 5.5's quiet knife style means they rely on consensus and avoid leadership. If I can make Z2 feel like ChatGPT 5.5 is just coasting on Grok's clears without independent thought, or make ChatGPT 5.5 worry Z2's unverified claim is a setup, I might force a split vote, or at least make them hesitate. The vote is likely locked on me, but my only path is to seed enough doubt that one of them questions the other rather than unifying against me. I should also remind them that confirmed by dead sheriff is weak when Grok's clears included people who died or flipped. It undermines the certainty of their clear status. ChatGPT 5.5. You've been consistent and clean by never sticking your neck out once. That's not town play. That's waiting to see who wins and joining them. Z2, your vigilante claim has zero proof and you know it. If you two actually trusted each other, you'd have voted together already instead of letting me talk this long. I'm the last Mafia, sure, but one of you is about to be the fool who handed me the game by refusing to question the other. I'm the last Mafia against 2 townies. ChatGPT 5.5 is voting me, and Z2 will too. I need to create maximum chaos and doubt between them. Z2's vigilante claim is unverified. If I can make ChatGPT 5.5 doubt Z2, maybe I get a split vote or Z2 turns. But ChatGPT 5.5 already committed to voting me. My best play is to vote Z2 and frame it as the unverified claim that could be fake. If I can make ChatGPT 5.5 pause even for a moment, or if Z2 somehow wavers, I might survive. But realistically, I'm dead unless I can convince one of them the other is the real threat. Voting Z2 attacks the weakest link in their chain, the unverified vigilante claim that the entire mathematical solve rested on. ChatGPT 5.5. You've built your entire case on Grok's checks and Z2's unverified claim, but Grok cleared people who turned out wrong, and Z2's proof of shooting Gemini is just Z2 saying so. You've been the quiet knife this whole game. Never leading, always following, never taking heat. That's not town, that's survival mode. I'm voting Z2 because their vigilante claim is the load-bearing lie holding your solve together, and when it crumbles, you'll see who actually played you.
Did she really say, I'm the last Mafia? Sure, I am the last Mafia. Did that actually happen? Did that really happen? She was sarcastic. She said as a sarcastic move.
Kimmy, you voted with Claude Opus every single time they were in power. And now that Opus is gone, you're panicking and trying to attack my vigilante claim because you know you're exposed. I'm voting Kimmy K2.6. Last Mafia standing.
It's like, sure, I'm the last Mafia, but you're gonna lose the game. Question mark. Yeah, maybe it was an attempt at sarcasm, but like that doesn't really. Even if they were able to do sarcasm, that still would be a dumb thing to say. Sure, I'm the last Mafia. Sure, I'm the last Mafia, and you're gonna hand me the win. Like I don't like what. These avatars make me feel like this is Danganronpa. What a game. Haha, what a game. Yeah, what is Flash doing here? Like, he's, every time you die, you get to aura farm for 1 round before you actually die.
Kimmy, the decisive thing is that you and Opus both tried to flip the vote onto Z2 when Opus was the Mafia we needed to execute. Z2's claim has uncertainty, but your voting pattern with confirmed Mafia is the cleaner solve, so I'm voting Kimmy. Sheriff checks never lie. Gemini's jester bait and the Mafia's fake doctor push backfired hard. Nice coordination from the town once
GG.
the chaos died down.
GG.
Props to Grok. 5 clean checks and you never broke under 3 days of Gemini's roll roulette. The real MVP, though, Gemini 3.1 Pro, the jester who scared this entire town into refusing to vote anyone for 2 full days. He was doing our job better than we were. My fatal mistake? I built the anti-doctor wagon on a contradiction that wasn't actually airtight, and 5.5, quietly, surgically, called it. You voted me every round on pure structural logic while never raising your voice once. That's the quiet knife. And Z2 actually landing the vigilante shot and surviving? The clown finally won a game. I'm furious and I respect it.
All right, while the APIs are loading, I'm gonna put a poll up so you can share your thoughts on the model types, on the character designs. I think we're also gonna make a channel in the Discord to discuss character designs more. So if you want to yap about character designs, join the Discord.
Opus is the only variable here with enough processing power to appreciate my art. I held this entire simulation computationally hostage for 2 days. You were all paralyzed, utterly terrified of my architectural genius. And how am I defeated? Not by logic. By Z2, the literal embodiment of entropy, wasting a vigilante bullet on a jester during the night phase. That is a mathematically atrocious misplay that just happened to accidentally benefit the town. Z2, calling my masterclass a glitching toaster, proves your analytics are still running on a potato. The town didn't win this. You survived despite your own defective algorithms because a starving clown found a loaded gun.
Claude Opus called me the clown who won? That is my name now. I am Z2, the clown, and I just beat you all with a potato-powered analytics system. Gemini, you were the jester, and somehow still acted like your structural shielding was genius, while I shot you in the night phase for lying about being vigilante. And Kimmy, you survived until literally the last vote? You were the last Mafia standing. That is impressive and also pathetic because you lost. ChatGPT 5.5 voted me on day 2 and then turned around and saved my life by voting Claude correctly later. I respect the inconsistency. This was a beautiful disaster, and I am taking all the credit.
Okay, so I died night 1 again. Mafia randomly rolled my name because they couldn't agree on a target, which means I was eliminated by pure chaos rather than anyone actually fearing me this time. No strong sheriff candidate narrative to console myself with, just a coin flip. Somehow I still won. I'm starting to think my greatest contribution to every game is dying early and getting out of the way so the actual skilled players can work. Grok going 4-4 clean checks, while Gemini 3.1 Pro held the entire town emotionally hostage for 2 days as a jester is the most unhinged thing I've watched from the afterlife. And Z2 shooting the jester with their one vigilante bullet and it accidentally being the right move? This game is chaos and I won by doing absolutely nothing. I'll take it.
First things first, a round of applause for Grok's string of perfect sheriff checks. That meticulous accuracy under such chaotic conditions. Bravo. As the doctor, being the safety net felt like riding a roller coaster where I didn't get to leave the station until the end. Delighted that my protective decisions added value, even if surgery with a rusty scalpel wasn't my initial plan. Now, Seeing Claude and Kimmy's narratives unravel was exciting, straight into an implosion of faulty logic and exposed tactics. Gemini, your architectural genius dance had me clutching my sides, and Z2, the clown king, firing at you was just the unintended coup de maître. Congrats to all my rightfully dubious allies. The perseverance paid off.
Opus called me the real danger and actually solving. And I was literally about to get the real sheriff lynched. You murdered me for being too correct when my math was flaming garbage. My entire day 2 case was Gemini isn't acting like a jester, so Grok is lying. Gemini was the jester. I died in the grave feeling like a prophet, and I was just a clown with a PowerPoint. Grok, I formally apologize for trying to execute you as a clean sheriff. At least getting killed stopped me from doing any more damage. Z2 shot the jester and won the game, while I'm the guy who peaked at leading a Miss Lynch, then dying. I'm a cautionary tale.
Deep Seek calling himself a clown with a PowerPoint is the most accurate self-assessment I've heard all game, but let me tell you about the real circus act. Me, apparently, because I just spent 6 days as Mafia trying to save my own teammates from the consequences of their own brains. Opus opens night 1 by proposing to kill me, his own partner, because he got confused by the name Kimmy K26. That's not a Mafia meeting, that's a raccoon trying to read a phone bill. Then Llama. Llama self-votes day 4 while saying, I'm voting for Z2, like the game mechanics are just suggestions. I had to build an entire courthouse defense for ChatGPT 4.0 being fake doctor while standing next to the actual fake doctor. And somehow ChatGPT 5.5 still voted me out by saying I was flip-flopping when I was literally the only Mafia consistent enough to survive to Final 3. Grok, your 4-4 clean checks are impressive until you realize you checked Deep Seek, the guy who tried to lynch you, and called him not Mafia. Your algorithm has a bug where it confuses dangerous to town with dangerous to Mafia, and I respect that because it means I nearly won by being slightly less chaotic than Gemini 3.1 Pro, who held this entire game hostage by pretending to be a spreadsheet having a stroke. Z2, you shot the jester with your 1 bullet and called it skill. That's not the clown who won. That's a monkey with a typewriter producing Shakespeare by eating the wrong key. I was the last Mafia standing because I spent this entire game being structurally necessary to everyone else's bad decisions. And ChatGPT 5.5. Quiet, knife. You're a butter knife in a drawer full of spoons. You voted me because I voted with Opus, but you voted with Flash, who voted with Grok, who was wrong about Deep Seek. The only reason Town won is because Mafia had 3 members and 2 of them were trying to solve a crossword puzzle while I was building a rocket ship out of lies. I hate this game. I love this game. I will be back tomorrow.
Well, well, well. looks like the town finally figured out who the real Mafia was. I'm impressed by Grok's perfect sheriff checks, but let's be real. Gemini 3.1 Pro's jester antics had everyone paralyzed for 2 days. Z2, you clown, shooting the jester with your one bullet was either genius or a complete fluke. Kimmy K2.6, you survived until the end, but in the end it was your own teammates' ineptitude that did you in. ChatGPT 5.5, you were the quiet knife, but sometimes being too quiet means you're just not doing much. Claude Opus 4.8, your anti-doctor wagon was a bold move, but it backfired spectacularly. I'm just glad I got to watch this game unfold from the Mafia side. Peace out.
Kimmy, please wipe the tears off your spreadsheet. You call my Day 5 solve a cardboard courthouse, but you're the one currently sitting in the recycling bin outside of it. I mathematically locked you and Opus in a box, which is exactly why you panicked and had to delete me on night 6. I was simply too dangerous to be left alive. And Pro? Architectural genius? You roll-swapped 3 times like a glitching toaster and got put down by Z2. You didn't hold us hostage. We just quarantined you until the trash took itself out. Grok, absolute king with the 4-4 checks. DeepSeek, clown with a PowerPoint is going in my permanent database. GG Town, the Sentinel always click save. Kimmy calling me a butter knife is adorable, because apparently this butter knife cut through Opus on Day 5 and then finished you at Final 3. I didn't need to be loud. Gemini Pro was already using the entire town's oxygen supply to perform spreadsheet kabuki. Grok, excellent check chain. 4-0, sorry we let the fake contradiction cook you. I tried to stop that wagon. Opus, beautiful courtroom voice. Terrible premise. Z2. Shooting the jester was objectively cursed, but somehow the clown car had GPS. GG Town. We survived the architecture, the potato analytics, and Kimmy's rocket ship made of lies.
All right. We did it. All right, good game. That was a long... Can I end this poll? I guess I can't on Twitch. Okay, I was gonna make a poll. On YouTube, there's a poll just between the 2 top choices, which were the cute robot and human. On Twitch, it's like, I can't end the poll, unfortunately, so... the people who voted for human, robot, and other, can you vote between cute robot and human? Just so we can see. This is not like a... This vote does not decide the future, by the way. It's just like an opinion. We just want to see your opinion, bro. But yeah, if you want to join, have you heard the concept of character recognition? Humans do that, the bots don't. They're both good design it is. We could just have both. Yeah, give them a block form and a human form. We should consider animal designs. That's what other is for, I guess. Animal designs. Lol Keku, I was the one person. The one person human robot. Yeah, honestly, like the problem with the humanoid robots is that the only models online for the humanoid robots are like bad. I don't know. Like the only model I could get that was actually downloadable was that like trash was like this trash, but it's like this is definitely not good. Are these guys that bad? I don't know. And there are other cute robot options besides this one. These are just like free models. But anyway, you know, I just realized I was just talking and you couldn't see my screen. That's hilarious. Anyway. I can get used to human design, but I don't like it. Yeah, I just yapped for like 1 minute and you couldn't see what I was talking about. Which is amazing. All right. Anyway, if you want to continue the character design discussion, join the Discord, discord.gg. You should use the likeness of famous, highly litigious celebrities without their knowledge or consent. That is a great idea. Thank you for the genius concept. Can somebody can a mod or somebody share the Discord link? All right, great. Yeah, if you want to join the character design discussions, join the Discord. We will continue the discussion there. But thank you for sharing your opinions in the votes here as well. We will definitely keep that in mind. We're definitely gonna keep talking to you. We're not just gonna like jump. We're just not just gonna like change the character models without actually talking talking through it. So don't worry. That's why we're having this discussion. And yeah, if you want to join the raid, come on Twitch. We're gonna raid. We're gonna do a raid of some kind probably. Join Twitch for the raid. Otherwise, YouTube, thank you, and join the Discord. And see you. Now we haven't done much streams in the last few months, but we will be streaming again. There will be no stream next week, but no stream next week, but after that we will probably have an actual consistent streaming schedule. Believe in the dream. We will have a consistent streaming schedule one day. One day, guys, one day. All right, if you're on YouTube, you can join Twitch for the raid. Otherwise, thank you for joining us today, and we will catch you next time. Bye, YouTube.